Are you bored and looking for some fun, simple and easy to follow JavaScript projects that you can get started with today? Well, this is the video for you because I've got 17 beginner projects that will get you coding JavaScript like nobody's business. These are vanilla JavaScript projects, so there's no frameworks and no build tools required. All you're going to need is a browser and something to write your code in, like Visual Studio Code, although you could use any text editor. Just make sure it's not Microsoft Word. I will explain all the concepts as we go along, and each project will focus on an area of JavaScript and how it works with the browser. And although each project is fun and simple to follow along with, they will get gradually more advanced as we go through the course, finishing with a final project that brings together everything that we've covered, leaving you with a sense of satisfaction and achievement. This will be a great video to get your hands dirty and level up your JavaScript skills, and you'll be building things that you can put into your portfolio and be ready to create your own projects too. I've given you access to all of the code on GitHub, and if you're familiar with Git, you can clone the repository and either view the completed project files or the starter files to get you going for each project. But if you're not familiar with Git, don't worry, you can still download a zip file with all of the code too. If you want to jump to a specific project, you can use the chapter links in the description below, or you can simply sit back and enjoy the full JavaScript projects course. So what are we waiting for? Let's get started with our first JavaScript project. So this first project is going to be a really simple one, but it'll be a nice one for us to get started and write some code and get a feel for how things are going to work throughout the rest of the course. So the project that we've got here is just a simple Hello World project, as you can see on the page. And we've got one button here. When we hit that button, we're going to pop up the browser's default prompt box, which allows us to actually enter some text. So I'm going to put my name in here, for example. And then that will actually go and update the elements on the page and put my name into the content of the document structure. So this is going to be great if you've never really written any code that's worked with the document before. And as I say, it'll just get us ready for some of the more complex projects later on. So I'm just going to go and switch over to the starter files for this project. So we've got a completely blank page, there's no styles and there's no JavaScript. So let's start filling out everything that we need for this project. So we're going to start off with the HTML markup. So we'll say we want a heading level 1 tag on there. And to make the text easier to update, what we're going to do is put a span tag inside of that h1 tag. And then that's where we're going to start off with Hello World. And this will make it easier for us to target with JavaScript that one particular word within the heading level 1 tag. And then we can update that with the user input once we've got it. So the other thing that we need on the page is also a button, obviously. So we'll create a new button and you can put the text as anything you like, but I've just said say hi. And that's pretty much all of the markup that we need. So we can now move on to looking at some styles before we actually code the JavaScript for this. So the styling is completely up to you. We just put a few quick things in here just to make it look a little bit nicer, but you can take the styles directly from the completed project as well if you like. So we're going to set some padding just to move the heading level 1 tag and the button into the more of the center of the page. And then I'm going to set the font family to something different. And Visual Studio Code will kind of auto-complete a lot of the fonts for you and other CSS properties as well. And I'm just going to go for the Trebuchet family. Okay, so that's the body styles done. Let's just actually target that span that's inside of the heading level 1 tag. So we want to change that to a different color. That will be the thing that we're going to be updating with the user input. So in the example before, I set the color to red. And that's just really to show you how in CSS you would select that span. So we take the heading level 1 tag, which is the starter tag, and then inside of that, we say we want to target the span that's there. And let's just add a few styles to the button as well. So I'm going to set the background color. Again, use some of Visual Studio Code's autocomplete here. So I'll set the background color to teal. I'm going to set the color of the text inside the button to white or white smoke. Add a bit of padding to this as well. So 0.5 rems on the top and bottom, and then 1 rem on the left and right. That'll just give some padding around the text. Let's remove the border as well and set the cursor to be pointer. which obviously when you hover over that, it just makes it look like you can actually click that. It's actually a button, because if you don't put that there, the cursor doesn't actually change. And the other thing we'll do is add a bit of box shadow on here as well. Not necessary, but it just makes things look a little bit nicer. So we'll say it's a black color with an opacity of 0.3, so you just get a little faded effect around the button there. And the only other thing that I'll do with the styles as well is to actually add a hover event or a hover focus state on that, and set the background color of that to be something dark. So we'll say dark slate grey, for example. So we've got a button now that when we hover over it, the background changes and it looks like you can click it. So we now need to write some JavaScript to trigger the prompt within the browser, and then take the result of that prompt and then update it into this span tag here. So we'll head on over to the script file here, and the first thing I want to do is select the elements that we're going to be working with on the page. So the two main elements that we've got for this project are the button and also that span tag inside of the heading level 1 tag. So let's select both of those using a query selector from the document object. So the button element, I'm going to create a variable called btn element, and we'll say document.querySelector, and is a button. So the query selector will only find the first element that matches that particular CSS selector. So there's only one button on the page, but it will just find the green button that we've got. But if there were more buttons, we might need to be a bit more specific with our selectors so that we're not selecting the wrong button there. And the other thing that we want to select, as mentioned, is the span element. And again, the same thing applies here as well. We've only got one span element on here, so let's just select that. Using the query selector. Now, once we've got those elements selected, what we want to do is we want to create an event listener for when someone clicks the button, and run some code when that happens. So that's the first step. So let's say button element, and Visual Studio Code is our friend again here, because it will give us some help in telling us what functions we can set up. So add event listener, and we're going to set a click event. And then the second argument that you pass to add event listener is a callback, or a function that is called when the click event is fired. What we're going to do now is ask the user for their input and then update the span element. So to actually get the user's input, we use the global prompt function that's available inside of the browser. So this will work in any browser. It should be fairly standard. And we can say, please enter your name, and that's enough. Now if we go back over to the project and click on the button, that it will actually give us that prompt, and we can type something in there. The only problem is that we've got is when you click OK, nothing else happens, and the result of that prompt, whatever the user's typed in, is kind of lost. But that's simple enough to solve. All we need to do is actually save the value that's returned from the prompt function into a variable called your name. Save that there. And then once we've done that, we can actually update the span element, which we've already pre-selected over here, with the text that's been returned. So we'll set the text content property of that span element, which is the text that's inside of the span, to be equal to the value that's stored in the your name variable. We'll just say text content is equal to your name. And now this time, when we click the button, we get the prompt again, and I can type in my name or any text. And then the text that's actually entered into that prompt is stored in the your name variable, which is then in turn updated in the span element's text content, and that's what we can then see on the page. So it's not really that usual to use the prompt function in this way, because the window that the prompt function gives us isn't really that user-friendly. You're far better off creating your own HTML elements on the page and taking user input that way. And one way of doing that is to create a modal and pop that up when the user clicks a button. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing in the next project. Okay, so this next project is something that probably every developer is going to do at some point, and that is to create your own modal. And this one's going to be really simple, but it's going to be another demonstration of how you can use elements on the page to interact with the document structure and to make changes to it. So let's have a look at the demo that we've got. So this end project should look a little bit like this. So we've got a background and we've got a button again, and if we click on it, we're getting up a modal being displayed. So essentially that's just a window that's going to give us some more information. And you probably can't see that, but it has actually darkened the background as well. And if we click on the modal anywhere, we've got another event listener to actually close the modal too. So this is going to be a good example of how you apply different classes to elements to make them behave differently when the user interacts with your page. So let's head on over to the starter files for this so we can have a blank page again. And as before, the first thing that we're going to do is actually create the markup for the page and the modal. So the first thing we're going to do is create the button. So that's the main thing that is going to open our modal for us. And we'll give that an ID this time. So again, there might be different elements on the page. So just to distinguish them from other buttons, we're going to give this one a particular ID. And we're going to say open modal inside of the text of the button. And then after that, we're actually going to create the modal itself. So we're going to create a div here with a class of modal. This just makes it a little bit more reusable rather than giving it a specific ID, so we could copy and paste it to other parts of our app or different pages. And we're going to create some divs inside of there. The first one is going to be for the overlay. So that's the darkening of the background so that it looks like you can't click on other parts of the page. So we'll say that has got a class of modal __ overlay. And that's just an empty div. And we'll style that in just a second. And then the other thing is we're going to create another div here, which has a class of modal content, and modal __ content. And this is where you can put whatever you want to appear inside of that white box that appears when you click the button. So I'm going to give it a heading level 1 tag and just say hello world. And then underneath that, we'll just have some instructions in a p tag. So click anywhere on the modal to close it. Okay, so you can see that content is appearing straight away when the page loads, and we don't want that to happen. We want to kind of hide that when the page loads and only show it when the modal button has been clicked. So let's add some styles to accommodate that. So we'll start again with the body tag, and we'll set a font family for it. Again, we'll use the Trebuchet font family for this, and any fallbacks that are available. And the one thing that we want to do here is just remove any padding or margin from the body tag as well, because we want the other elements such as the overlay to stretch all the way across the page so we don't have any borders around that or anything. And also we're going to set the background image as well. So we want that to stretch right to the edges of the page too. So we're going to have background JPEG. And we just want to make sure that we can actually see some more of that image. So we'll set the background size here to be cover. Now you can see the detail of the image is a bit more visible, but you can see it's repeating there and it's not really covering the entirety of the height of the browser. So what we're going to do for our HTML tag, so that's our root tag of our document, we're going to set the height of that to be 100%, and then also we're going to make sure that the body height is also set to 100% too. So now you can see that image is now covering the document as you can see it quite nicely. So now we can move on to looking at the other elements on the page. And as it's the first thing, let's look at the button first. So I'm just going to push this in from the sides of the page with a margin here. And then we're going to set the background color to be teal. And the color of the text, again, to be white smoke. So it's very similar to the button that we had in the previous project. And I want to set a bit of padding on it, 0.5 rems on the top and bottom, and then 1 on the left and right. And then remove any border, and we'll add that box shadow in again, as we did in the previous tutorial. We do like a little bit of drop shadow in our tutorials here, and we'll set the cursor to be pointer 2. Okay, so that's all the styles for the button. We'll probably do the hover effect that we had last time as well, just for completeness. Button hover. Set the background color to be dark slate grey. So we've got a nice button set up ready to accept our JavaScript code, but we do want to finish off the styles for the modal before we move on. So let's head on and have a look at that. So the first thing we're going to do is target the modal class, which is the overall div element that contains all of the modal elements. And the first thing I'm going to do is set its position to be absolute, because what I want to do is make sure that this modal is covering 100% of the page as we can see it. And one way to do that is to set the left, top, right and bottom properties all to 0. And we'll set the height to be 100%. And we want this to be initially hidden on the page, so we're going to set the display property to none. But when it is visible, what we want to do is have it as a flex container, so we can center everything in the middle. I'm going to say justify content is center, and then also the align items is center too. So the other things that we want to do are target the modal overlay. So let's set the position of that to be absolute as well. And again, covering the entirety of the element. Top, left, right, bottom. And the purpose of the overlay is really just to darken the background. It's quite a dark background already with that image, but let's put something in here to show that the rest of the content isn't accessible while the modal's open. So I might just actually raise the opacity of this just so that it does darken it a little bit more. And the other thing we've got inside of the modal div as well is the content. So we're going to set the background color of that to be white. You can use any styles you like here, but this is just a nice contrast to the dark background. Padding of 4 rems. And then also to make this actually sit on top of the overlay, we'll set the position to be relative. And what we're going to do is when anyone clicks anywhere on the actual modal content, it will close it down. So we're going to set the cursor of that to be pointer. Okay, so the way we're going to open and close this modal is by adding or removing another class from this modal element. So here, so where we've got this modal element, if we add another class to it, for example something like open, then that will be what shows the modal on the page. So let's actually just leave that there for a second and then go and add that as a class to our CSS styles here. So we can say if we've got modal.open, if the modal element has got an open class as well, we're just going to set the display of that to be flex. Could use block as well, but don't forget we've got those flex rules a bit higher up in the modal CSS declaration earlier on. And now you can see that when the page reloads, because the modal has that open class, it is going to actually show us the contents on the page. And if we were to remove it from our markup, it should disappear. So that's the basic mechanics of a really simple modal, is just to kind of toggle that one class from the content, and we can do that quite easily from the button that we've created on our page. So let's head on over to our JavaScript and do that now. So we're going to target a few elements on the page as we did in the previous project, and the first thing we want to do is get the open modal button element, and we'll use the document object and the function query selector on there again. And because the open modal has got the ID of open modal, then what we want to do is just use £sign or a hash and then open modal. So that should give us the button in that open modal button element. And the other thing that we want to get is the modal element itself. So this is the div that has got the class of modal. So we're going to say document.querySelector, and then we're going to use modal, using the dot to indicate the class as we would do with a CSS selector. And the other thing we want to get as well is the contents of inside of the modal, so the modal content element here, because when we click on that, what we want to do is close it completely and not when we're clicking on the overlay here. Okay, so let's get that element as well. So we'll say the modal content element. And you can use the document object again to run query selector to get that specific class. But an interesting thing is once you've got an element, such as this modal element selected, you can actually run a query selector on top of that as well. So we can say modal element dot query selector, and then we just need to target the class that's inside of there. So it just helps you to separate different parts of your document structure if you need to select a button on its own, for example. So .modal content. Okay, so we've got our 3 elements that are going to be used for this project. And the first thing we want to do is get the event listener set up for this element, for the button. So we'll say add event listener to that open modal button element. And then we're going to set up a click event. And now what we're going to do when that button is clicked, we're going to access the modal element. And then we're going to select its class list property. And on the class list property, there's various different functions that you can call. And the one we want is add, because what we're going to do is add the open class to the modal. So no, you don't have to put the period or dot before open. You just need the actual class name. And if we save that, that should be enough to get us halfway there. So we click the button now for open modal, and you can see the open class must have been added to this modal element because it is now displaying. So we need to get to the other side of this where we close the modal when someone clicks on it. So if we were to click here, we want the modal to close. So that's where we get this modal content element into play with our JavaScript. So what we want to do now is say add another event listener to that, and we'll say it's a click event again, of course. And when we do that, what we're going to do is a similar thing that we did when we click the button, but instead of this time, instead of adding the open class, we're going to remove it. Makes sense, doesn't it? So now when the code runs, if we click the button, obviously the open class has been added, and clicking anywhere on this modal content element makes it disappear. So if we actually open up the DevTools here in Chrome for this, you can see here's the document structure with our elements, and that's our modal class there. And you should see that when we click on the button and on the modal contents, that the open class is added and removed from that class list for that div that contains all of the modal elements. So we've just written some simple JavaScript code again to access some elements on the page and change the way they behave by modifying their classes. But let's move on to our next project, which is a bit more complicated and requires us to write a bit more in-depth JavaScript code. So this next project is a background color flipper. So in other words, we basically press a button and it changes the background color of the current page we're on. So it's a bit different from the other projects that we've looked at so far in that we don't really need to do too much work with the actual document itself, but we do need to write some JavaScript code to actually generate this random hex string that we're applying to the background color. And of course, there's some nice transition effects in there as well, which we'll look at. So this is pretty much what it looks like, and the only thing we really need to do is wire up an event for the button, and then, as I say, calculate that hex string and then apply it to the background of the page. So let's get started. Let's head on over to the starter files for this project. And we only need a little bit of markup to get us going for this project, so we'll add that in first, but we'll get a bit more technical with this. We'll get a bit more semantic with what we're putting in. So I'm going to put a section in with an ID of color display. So we spell color with a U over here in the UK, so I'm just going to put that as color display. And then we put a heading level 1 tag in there, and I'm just going to say the background color. So that's the text that we had on before. And I'm going to create a specific ID for this span so we can target it easily with our JavaScript, and I will call that the current color. And it's always good with these kind of things if the JavaScript doesn't load to have some kind of initial state for the app. So as you saw when it loaded before, we had the color white, which is basically 6Fs. And that means that we know exactly how the app is going to load. And if the JavaScript doesn't run for some reason, then it will do something at least. And we could set this to a different color by default if we wanted to. And the only other thing that we need is a button. So I'm going to create a button here. And I'm also going to give this a very specific ID, so it makes it easy to select it. So we'll say new color button. And then inside here, we'll just say new color. And that is pretty much all of the markup that we need. So let's now move on to styling this before we start working on the JavaScript to calculate the different hex strings. So let's go over to styles.css. So the first thing I'm going to do is just target the section that we set up. So section color display, I believe we called it. And we're going to once again set a font family for this. We could choose something different, but let's go for Trebuchet just to keep everything exactly the same as what we were doing in the previous videos. And I'll just put a bit of margin on the top and bottom of this just to push it down into the page a little bit. And also we'll just make sure this doesn't take up the full width of the page. So we'll say it's 50%. And of course we'll set the background color to be an initial value of that white, which is the 6 Fs to give us the white color to match what we can see on the page. We'll add a little bit of box shadow as well to this. Again, never have enough drop shadow on our elements. This time we'll just make it a little bit more pronounced. And we'll probably want to move the text inside that box a little bit more. So we'll add some padding. And let's go for a little bit of border radius as well on the corners. So half a rem of border radius there. So let's do a couple of things with the rest of the elements in here. So for selecting the color display section again, let's select the H1 tag from there and just set the font weight to be a bit bolder. And the only other thing that we've got in there is the button as well. So we'll say section color display. So again, selecting that section and then the specific elements inside that. So we've got the new color button. Let's set the width of that to be 100%, span across the containing element. And the background color, we'll just set it to black. And obviously the text needs to be a different color so we can see it. We will put some padding all the way around that. Remove the border. Let's just say none. And we'll make the font size a little bit bigger. And also we want it to have the pointer cursor when we hover over it, so it looks like you can actually click that button. And so that's pretty much all we need to do. Again, for completeness, because we did it in the other projects, let's set a hover up on this as well. So color display and new color button, hover, background color, let's just say it's dark grey. Okay. So there we go, that's our user interface setup, that's all of the markup and the styles that we're going to need. Let's head on over to the script file. And as with most of these projects, the first thing we want to do is select the elements that we're going to be interacting with. So that's going to be the button, we want to set up the event listener for that. And then this element inside of here that has the hex code, we actually want to select that as well because we're going to be changing it once we've generated a new one. So we'll get that set up first. So I'm going to create a variable called new color button element, and because we've used specific IDs, you can say document.get elements by ID, and the ID of that is new color button. Okay, we'll save that. And the other element we want is the span tag, so we'll say the current color element is equal to document. And we can use get element by ID again here because we've got an ID of current color set up on that span tag. Okay, so those are the two elements that we're going to be working with. I'll show you how you can directly select the body element without having to select that with a query selector or anything in a moment. But first we need to think about how we're going to generate these hex codes. So hex code is basically any number between 0 and 9 and also the letters A to F. So there are various different little tricks that we can use in JavaScript to convert a number into a hex code, but to keep things a little bit more simple for this project, we're going to use an array of these values, so anything between 0 and 9 and A and F, and then just pick one at random. So this is quite a good exercise in terms of picking random values from an array. So let's get that array set up to start off with. So we'll say the hex values are equal to an array. And as mentioned, it's just going to be the numbers 0 to 9, but I'm going to add these in as strings just so I don't have to worry about converting them later on. And also we're going to be putting the strings A to F in there as well, so it makes sense that they're all the same data type at least. We've got 6, 7, 8, and 9, and then we go A, B, C, oops, can't type, D, E, and finally F. So that's all of our hex values. So if you notice the hex string that we've already got, the 6fs, that's obviously the example of white. And if we grab random hex values from this array and create a string of 6 of them, then we can apply that to the document body and change the background color. So first of all, we're going to write a function that gets a random value from this hex values array. So I'm going to say function get random hex value. And we don't need to pass it any arguments because we just want to use that hex values array and just return a random item. So I'm going to get a position of an item in the array. So I'm going to say the random index position is equal to math.floor, and that wraps around a call to math.random. So generating random numbers in JavaScript is a little bit more tricky than in other languages, but essentially we have to take the math.random function, which generates a number between 0 and 1, like a decimal number, and then we multiply it by the length of the array, so that would be 16 because there are 16 values in there. And then if we use the math floor function, it will actually round it down to the nearest whole number. So this random index position value will be essentially a number between 0 and 16. So that was a bit of a long way of explaining that, but essentially that will hold some number in there for us. And then with that number, we can access an item from the array. So I'll create a new variable called random hex value. And then all we do is access that hex values array, and then just in the square brackets after that, to get an item from that array, we just get an item at the random index position. So essentially this random hex value will be some item in this array, and it will generate a random one each time we call this get random hex value function. So anything left to do with this function now is just to return the random hex value that we've generated. So this function is really just a helper function because we don't just want one value from the array, we want 6. So we're going to create another function on top of this that actually utilizes the get random hex value function 6 times and then returns us a nice string that we can use. So let's create this other function down here. Let me scroll down a little bit. And we're going to call this one get random hex string. So this will be the actual string that we can then pass to the body. And we can specify a length here as well. We'll pass that in as an argument. So if we did want to generate random hex strings of different lengths, we've got that option here. So we're going to start off this function by creating an empty string. And we're going to basically append to this string as we go through the number of string items that we need to create, a number of characters. So we'll do that with a for loop. So we'll say let the index position for this equal to 0, and we'll keep going until we hit the string length that's been requested for the function, and we'll increment by 1 each turn. And then all we're going to do is for the hex string, we're going to concatenate or append an item to it, and we're going to append a random hex string by calling get random hex. We need to be careful here that we're not calling the same function, get random hex value, which is the initial function that we created up here. And that's pretty much all there is to it for this function. We just need to make sure that we return the string that's generated. So let's just say return hex string. So now we've got this slightly more complex function which will allow us to generate a 6-digit random hex string, and we're going to use that in just a second. But the first thing that we need to do to kind of trigger all this off is to actually set up an event listener on this button. So let's do that now. So we've already selected the button up here, new color button element, and as we have done before, we're going to set up an event listener for click events. So the first thing we want to do is just generate the random hex string. So we'll say a random hex string is equal to, and we're going to say get random hex string, which is the function that we created, and of course the length that we want is 6, so we're going to pass that in as an argument. But we don't just want these 6 characters, we also want this hash at the start as well. So I'm going to use some string concatenation here, and I'm going to say there's the hash at the start, and I'm just going to add on the result of the function call that we've got, which will be the 6 characters from the array. So that's our random hex string created. We're now in a position to actually apply that to the body. And I'm going to do this by directly accessing the body property that we've got in our document. And we can do that by accessing the document object, which has the body property available to us. So this will refer to the body element on the current document that we're working on. And we can access its style property, which is all of the styles that have been applied to this particular element, the body element. So it won't have any of our CSS classes or anything like that available to us. But what we can do is just set an inline style on the body directly. And we can do that in a few different ways, but let's use this function called setProperty. And the property I'm going to set is background color. So we can just pass in the string of the name of the style that we're going to be updating. That's like the CSS property that you would normally use. And then what we're going to apply to it, well, we're going to give it this random hex string value here. So if we save that and actually try that out, what we should find is that the color of the background of the document body should change every time we click that button. So you can see we're calling the random hex string function, which in turn is getting random bits from the hex array, and then it's just applying it to the document body. But of course, we're not updating the text on the page to let us know what the actual hex value is. So let's do that too. We've already selected the current color element at the start of our code here. Let's go down into the event listener, the click event, and all we're going to do is set the text content property equal to the variable of random hex string, the value that's inside of there. And if we save that and try that again. So just to wrap this up as well, you probably remember from the original project that we had a little bit of a fade in between the two styles that are being applied. And that's something that's really easy to set up. It's just a transition, a CSS transition. So we don't need to do anything complicated with our JavaScript. We just say for our body tag, we set the transition property, and we're setting it up for the background color property. And you can set it to be as long as you like. 1 second, probably a bit too long, but just to demonstrate that it does work. And every time you click a new color now, we'll apply that new random hex string that's been generated. And obviously it will fade between the two values using that CSS transition. So you saw at the start that the project had some kind of initial state so that the user can actually see something even if the browser doesn't run the JavaScript for some reason. And managing state's really important in your projects and apps, so we're going to go into that in a bit more detail in the next project. So in this project, we're going to build a really simple counter app that shows a number to the user on the page and allows them to increase or decrease that numbers with the buttons that we've provided. So we can keep increasing the number up to a certain limit, and then the code actually stops you from going any higher. And then we decrease the number as well, and we can't go below 0. And you might notice as well that the background color is changing in respect to the value of the number that's shown on the page as well. So just a nice little addition to show you how you can modify the document based on the value that we're using in JavaScript. So we'll crack on with this one and see what you can learn from this. So I'm going to go over to the starter files, which will just give us a blank HTML page to work from. So let's first of all create the markup for the to display the number and also for the buttons as well. So I'm going to put all of this inside a section tag, and I'll give it an ID of counter so we can target that with our CSS and JavaScript shortly. And I'm just going to put another div element inside of here, and this will just contain all of the other elements that we're going to be displaying. And I'm going to have a heading level 1 tag, and this will actually display the number. So we'll say this is called counter display, and I'll just set that to have an initial value of 0. And then we'll have another div inside of here as well, and that's got an ID of counter controls, and as the name suggests, that will contain the plus and minus buttons. And then so we're just going to have 2 buttons inside of here, one with a plus, one with a minus, and they'll both have IDs so we can target them. And we're going to have counter add, and then the second one will be, we'll just call that one counter sub for subtract. And that's all the markup that we need. So obviously it doesn't look that great as it stands at the moment, so let's just add a few styles just so that it's a bit more presentable. And let's go up to the style sheet here that we've got already loaded for this project. And we'll set the font family just to be a sans serif font this time. And then we're going to target the counter. So don't forget that was the section that contains all of the other stuff that we can see. And I'm going to set the display of that to flex, width to be 100, and we'll set the justify content to be center as well. And that just keeps everything in the center, and that's why we put that other div inside of there, so we can just contain all of those other elements, and they're not going to be set in a row, which is what flex will do for us there. And then the next thing we're going to target is the counter display. So we'll say the font size is 4rem, and we're going to align the text to be in the center. So that'll just give us that nice big number to keep track of what we're counting. And then I'm also going to set the color of that to be white as well, which does make it disappear, but we are going to be using JavaScript to change the background color shortly. We could, I guess, set it to an initial value of black, for example, just so we can see what's going on there. And then the other thing we're going to target inside of the counter section is all of the buttons, those 2 buttons that we've got, and we'll set the border of those to be nothing. We're going to give them a bit of padding all the way around. Actually, it does look a little bit funny with them being square, so I'm just going to say maybe just on the top and bottom 0.5 and 1 on the left and right. And we'll make those a bit bigger as well, so we'll say the font size is 2rem. And of course, just to make it look like you can actually click on those, we'll set the cursor to be pointer. So it'd be nice if we could distinguish between those 2 buttons as well. So we'll just add a slight different color to each one of those. So for the counter add button that we've got, we'll target that by its ID. And we'll set the background color. Let's have a look. Let's set it to a green color. I think this is what I chose in the original setup. And then for counter sub, we're going to set the background color to be brown, which actually looks red to me, but maybe it's just my monitor. So there you go, there's the UI setup for our counter app. Let's head on over to our JavaScript, where we'll code up the functionality to make the counter work. So as with the previous project, the first thing we want to do is grab the elements on the page so that we can set up event listeners for them and make changes to them. So for the add button element, that's going to be the big green plus sign. Let's first of all target that. Get element by ID, and that was counter add as the ID. And then for the subtract button, just copy that again, and we'll say the sub button was counter sub. And the other thing that we want to get as well is also the display element, which is the number essentially. So we want to say the counter display element. And let's just check what we put for the, so the counter display is the H1 that has the ID of counter display. So let's just pop that in there. So the next thing that we're going to do is to set up the event listeners for the 2 buttons, because that's basically where all of our functionality lives. So we'll say a click event for the add button element. Oops, make sure we've got curly braces there. And then we need to do the same thing for the sub button as well. There we go, and then we've got 2 event listeners set up for those 2 buttons. So what we're going to do is just have a global variable inside of our JavaScript file that keeps track of the counter value. So we'll do that up here, and we'll just say let total equals 0. And what we can then do is when these buttons are pressed, we can just increment that value and then update the user interface to show the new number. So that's the first thing we'll do in the add button. The event listener there, we're going to say total plus is equal to 1. So we're just going to add 1 to total. And then the same thing for the sub button, we're just going to subtract 1 from that. And of course, if we click those buttons now, that number is actually being updated in the JavaScript code, but we're not updating the user interface. And we could write code inside each of these event listeners to update that H1 tag with the new number each time the event is fired. But I'm going to put this functionality into a separate function. You'll see why in a moment. There's a good reason for it. So we'll just say create a new function called update, we'll say counter display. And let's set it as an arrow function this time. It doesn't really matter too much. And inside this function, what we're going to do is access this counter display element and set its text content equal to the value of total. So all we need to do now is inside each of the event listeners, we're just going to call this function after we've changed the value that's inside of total. And that should then, when we reload the page, allow us to update the value that's stored and shown on the page. However, it does let us go down into negative figures, which you may want for your app, but potentially we don't. And obviously can keep going until we get to really large numbers as well. So in the original example, we had some limits to what we could do. So the 0 limit is pretty easy to implement, but we're going to also create another variable. We'll call it limit. And we'll just limit that to 20. And we'll use that value to stop any further updates when we hit the value of 20. So we're calling this update counter display function. So it makes sense that we can keep the code in one place to actually stop the value from going above those or below those bounds. So we'll put some if statements in here to say if it's above or below a certain value, we want to actually reset the value of total. So if total is bigger than the limit, then we'll just stop the total from getting any bigger and reset it to be equal to limit. And that should allow us to go up to 20, but it should stop any further numbers from there. I'm clicking the button again and it's not going any higher. And the other thing is we want to stop it going lower than 0. So if total is less than 0, and don't forget this update counter display function is being called after the total's been updated. So if that's the case, we'll set total equal to 0. And then if we go up, we can't go below 0 after that. So that's just a good example of how you can group all of your logic in together in one place. It might be a bit clunky in this particular example, but it just shows how you can write code once rather than copying this and putting it into different places. Okay, so the other thing that we can do as well is update the background color as we did in the original example. So for that, what we're going to do is exactly what we did in the previous project to a degree. We're going to access the style property of the body, and then we're going to set the property of background color to be equal to an RGB value, and we'll use that value that's inside of total to give us a different value each time. So I'm going to use a template literal here, and then I'm going to have a small calculation for the red value, and that's just going to be a case of saying to get us the fraction of what we've got, so total divided by limit, so how far we are towards the limit, and then just times that by 255, because our RGB values will go from 255 to 0, and I'm just going to set 64 for the green property and then 0 for blue. And now what we should find is that we get that kind of shades of green and red depending on how far we are to the limit, or green as the closer we get to 0. So there's one slight problem with doing this, in that in our CSS we set the background color to be black on an initialization, so that we can actually see the 0 when that page loads. So what we can do is before any events are fired, because that's the only time that update counter display is being called, we can just call update counter display when the page loads, and you can see that when it loads we get the initial color that is represented by the 0 number, which is green. And of course you could set total to be any initial value then as well, and the page loads with that initial state. So that simple counter app demonstrates a few of the JavaScript fundamentals that you need to know, like working with variables, functions, and if statements, for example. But in the next project, we're going to take a look at something a bit more concrete and see how you can use JavaScript to work with navigations. So this next project is all about creating a sticky navigation bar, and that is something you can actually do just with CSS on its own, but you'll see that we need some JavaScript if we want to kind of customize the behavior of how that sticky navigation works. So let's have a look at how our project is going to look when it's finished. So our project isn't particularly attractive, but we've just got some text on the page that's been broken up into different sections, and we've got this navigation bar which actually stays with us down the side of the page as we go down. In other words, it's sticky, and also we're highlighting the particular section, the link that's inside of that navigation, depending on what section we've actually scrolled to. So I'm just scrolling up and down the page at the moment, but we can actually click on those links as well, and it jumps to that section and also highlights the section that we're on. So this project is going to be really good to learn a bit more about the window and also how things are positioned on the page and how you can access that using JavaScript. Okay, so let's just go over to our starter files so that we've got some blank templates to work from. And we're going to add our markup in first. There's not a lot of styling to do for this one. We're going to focus mainly on the JavaScript, but let's get going with some text to work on the page with first. So we're basically going to have a main element that's got a navigation and an article inside it. So we've got navigation and article here. Those are the two main elements that we're going to be working with. And inside each list item, we're going to have an anchor tag, the href of which will be set to a document fragment. So this is something referring to an ID of something that's inside of the page when you use the hash like this. And we're going to say section 1. And then we're just going to copy that a couple of times. And then we'll say we've got section 2 and section 3 here. Okay, so we haven't actually created those sections yet. So let's go into the article and create those. So we're going to basically have 3 sections, and each one will have an ID which corresponds to the href in the fragment that we've got above. So we'll say section 1, and inside of that we'll have h2 of section 1. And then I'm just going to use Visual Studio Code to generate some Lorem Ipsum text. So when you've got a paragraph tag like this, just type the word Lorem and then tab. It should autocomplete a load of bunch of filler text for you. So just copy that p tag a couple of times, and then that's going to be basically our section. So I'm just going to copy that a couple more times as well to match for section 1 and section 2 and section 3. So we go section 2, section 3. Oh, and actually change the name of the sections as well in the heading level 2 tags. So that's basically all the markup that we've got for our page, and we've just got a substantial amount of it so that we can actually scroll up and down. And as I said, there's not a huge amount of CSS for this, but let's go over and put in a few rules here. And the first thing we'll do is target the main tag, and I'm going to set that to display as flex so that the navigation is on the left hand side of the article, so that it can follow us down the page as we go. So there's some space there for it. And I'm going to set the width of main to be 400 pixels. And the reason I'm doing this is just so things are a bit more squished up and we can see them on the page that we've got here. You might want a bigger width when you're doing this for your project. But let's just set margin to be 0 and auto, just to center that nicely in the page that we've got. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to target the nav element, and we're going to set its position to relative. And the other thing I want to do is just target the unordered list inside of there as well. And I'm going to set the width of that to be 6 rems, just so that we can actually read the section 1, 2, and 3 in the list items that we've got. And also I'm just going to remove the list style, the bullets from the list there. And the other thing we'll do for the nav UL and the list items that are inside there, I'm just going to put a bit of padding on them because we're going to be highlighting the background of those once they're set as active, which we'll be doing shortly. And the other thing is we'll set the nav UL anchor tag to have a padding of 0.5 rems as well, and just remove the text decoration from that, which is the underlining essentially. So I mentioned at the start that you can just do this with CSS if you want to, but it won't have quite the effect that we want in the finished product. But just to demonstrate what that looks like, if we were to add a class onto the nav element called sticky, all you do is set the position to be sticky and set the top value also to be 0 so that it stays at the top of the page. And then if we go into our index page here and in the nav, give that a class of sticky. And then what we actually have to do is move this nav element outside of the main element that we've got there, because that's we've got some styling on there to set it to be flex. So if we stick it up here, so you might see that the nav is now sticky and it stays to the top of the page, and as we scroll down it gets pushed down and is overlapping all the other contents on the page, which is fine. It can work if you put like a solid background across that, that'll work. But if we actually move that to where we want it to be in this example, which is back inside of that main tag, you'll see it's back where we want it, but that sticky feature has now gone, and that's because that position sticky sticks it to the element that's on the page, which is fine if that's body because you're scrolling down it, but if you've got an element inside it like we have here with main, then it doesn't work. So we're going to use JavaScript to work out where we are on the page and move the navigation element depending on how far we scroll down. So let's just get rid of this sticky class now, just so we don't get anything confusing going on later on. And let's head on over to our script tag, which is where we're going to write our JavaScript code for this project. Okay, so let's select the elements using JavaScript that we want to be making use of in this project. So we want to get the nav element, so that's section 1, 2, and 3 on the left-hand side there. So we'll say document query selector and then nav. And the other thing we want to get is the navbar links, which all of the anchor tags that are inside of the navigation. So we'll say query selector all from the nav element for anchor tags. And then another piece of information that we want to also get about the nav element is where it actually is on the page. So we're going to get the nav position. We'll save that in a variable. And from the nav element, we're going to call a function called getBoundingClient rect. And that just gives us the position on the page of where that currently is. We're going to access the top property, so it will give us the topmost point of where that appears in the page. And that's going to be really useful in just a second, because we're going to be setting up a scroll event so that when the user scrolls, we're going to listen for changes and move things accordingly if we need to. So this time we're not going to set up an event listener on an element, we're setting it up on the window object. So we can quite easily do that in a similar way to how we've done things previously for other elements and click events and so forth. So we're going to listen for the scroll event. So every time a scroll is made, we'll have this event fired and we can do something. So it's a bit of a hog for performance wise, but we can do things later on to improve that if we need to. So the first thing I want to do is find out where we are in terms of the document or the window and how far we've scrolled down. So we're going to get scroll pos, or we'll say scroll position, just so we're clear exactly what it is. And we'll say window scroll y. So there's loads of useful stuff on the window object, which you'll discover as you learn more about JavaScript. And window.scrollY is obviously how far we've scrolled down. And if we're at the top of the page, then this will be 0. And so the quick fix for moving the nav element further down as we kind of scroll down the page is to just update the style of the nav element by adjusting its top value and assigning it a new value based on the scroll position. So we can say something like nav element style.top is equal to the scroll position, and we'll just make sure that's in pixels. And so now every time that scroll event is fired, we're going to be updating the top value, the top style for the nav element. So now every time that scroll event is fired, we're going to be updating the style of the nav element to keep pushing it down as we scroll down. So that should be enough just to keep that in line with where we're scrolling to. So scrolling up and down the page, you can see that that nav element on the left hand side here always stays with us. So that's half the job done for us, but we also want to add an active class depending on what section we're in. So jumping between sections, we want to make sure that the navigation represents which part of the document that we're actually in. So this is a little bit more tricky, but I'm sure you've got all of the JavaScript skills you need to do this already. But I'm going to run through one approach of looking at all of the different links that we've got on the page and just checking if we're actually in the right place. So we've got our navbar links earlier on and stored it in this variable up here. So these are the anchor tags that are inside of the navbar on the left. So we're going to say for each of those, we're going to loop through each of them. First of all, going to check the section that we should be in corresponding to this link. So we'll say the section element. And we're going to do a query selector here. And we're going to use the link.hash. And the hash is basically the fragment that we assigned in the markup up here. And so we can check which section ID matches based on that hash. So for example, it'll be either section 1, section 2, or section 3. And then we're going to use the values inside of that element, such as its place on the page, to work out if we've actually scrolled into where that element exists. So to do that, we're going to say the scroll position is bigger, if that value in there is bigger than the section element dot offset top, which is a special property which works out the top of the element on the page, but offset to where we are. And if that's the case, for the link that we're looking at currently, we're going to add a class of active. And if we're not, we're going to actually remove the class of active as well. So we didn't actually create that style over here, I don't believe. So let's just add that in there now. So inside of the nav, we'll get the anchor tag and set its active property. And we're just going to change the background color. You can choose anything you like. I think I used light sea green before, or something similar. There we go. We'll also set the color to be white as well. So we're just going to add that active class to the navbar element. So let's just make sure that script is saved and let's test that out. So you can see section 1 is updated, and then section 2, and then section 3. So that is actually working, but obviously we're not clearing the classes afterwards, although if we do scroll backwards, they do get removed. So you might want that kind of effect, but we want to only highlight one anchor tag at a time. So we need to have something a bit additional inside of our JavaScript to do that. So here, where we've got the scroll position is bigger than the element's offset top, we're also going to check the scroll position is less than the section element's offset top. But we also need to take into consideration the height of the actual element itself, the contents of that. So we're going to add on the section element dot offset height. So it's offset top plus offset height. And then if the scroll position is smaller than those, then this and statement is going to be true. The if statement is going to be true, and we'll add the class of active, but if not, we're going to remove it. So scrolling down now, you can see section 1 in the navigation is highlighted, and then section 2 when we hit that part in the document, and then section 3 finally when we get to the bottom. What we can do is actually add in an additional offset value, so another number that we're going to provide to say don't trigger the class to be added until a certain value has been reached. So we can do something like offset, and 50 might be okay. And so the scroll position has got to go past there plus the offset. And similarly, when we're checking on the bottom side of things here, just offset. And now we should find we're at the top of the page. The first navigation element's been highlighted, even though we've got a little bit of space up there. And then we'll scroll a bit further down, and section 2, still a little bit of section 1 is visible, but yeah, we're mainly reading section 2, so we're highlighting that, and the same when we get down to section 3. So there you go, there's your own sticky navigation with JavaScript, and it's fully customizable. As you can see, we can highlight things that we want to on the page, and we can put it pretty much anywhere we want, such as down the left hand side. In the next project, what we're going to do is take the exact same structure and create tabs from it so that you can have a different way of representing data if you want to, and we'll use JavaScript to switch between the tabs. So in this project, we're going to create some tabbed content on our page, and this will be very similar to the kind of tab components that you see in frameworks like Bootstrap, for example, but it will just be our own custom JavaScript code and no framework required. So here we've got our tabbed content on the page, and it's using the exact same markup that we had in the previous project with the sticky nav. But you can see here we've got the tabs, and basically clicking on each one, you can see that we're showing the different section from the markup on the page, and the other bits and pieces are hidden. So this is also a really good demonstration of how you can use JavaScript to manipulate the page and show data in a different format. because obviously this is the same markup that we had in the last project. So let's make a start on this, and let's go over to the starter files for this particular project. So there you go, we've got a blank page now to work from, and if you're following along with the previous projects, you can just copy the existing markup from the previous project, but if you just jumped into this project directly, let's set up the markup from scratch. So what we had in the previous tutorial was we had a main tag, we had a nav tag as well. So we're going to use exactly the same markup as mentioned, and we're going to have a list item in there which has an anchor tag, and this anchor tag is actually a fragment reference to a different element with an ID of section 1 on the page. So I'll just say section 1, and we'll copy that just a couple of times, and then we've got section 2 and then section 3 as well. So that's our navigation, and that'll be the tabs essentially. So underneath the tabs we've got the actual article, so we'll create an article tag, and there's basically 3 sections in there, and each has their own ID which references the fragment above. So we've got section 1, so we'll put a heading level 2 tag in there, section 1, and we can generate our own filler Lorem Ipsum text just by typing in Lorem into Visual Studio Code and hitting tab, and we'll copy that a couple of times just so we've got some content. Might be a good idea if you are kind of having a go at this to put some different content into each of the tabs so that you can differentiate between them, because sometimes it doesn't look like you're actually changing the tab and the content. So here we go for section 2. So we've got a different title in there, so at least we can tell that it's when we're opening the right section. And then we've got section 3, and then you can see it on the page there appearing. And this is exactly the same markup that we started with in the previous project. Okay, so before we actually start adding the JavaScript in to show and hide the different sections, the different tabs, let's try and style those tabs a little bit. And this isn't a lesson in design, so it won't look the best, but just to give you some ideas of what you can do with this. Let's first of all target the main element and just make sure that that's centered in the page. And the nav itself, let's just ensure that's 100% width across the main section that it's in. And then we've got the UL, the unordered list inside of there. So let's take off the bullet points from that. And I'm going to set the list items inside that to display as flex, which will put them in a row. And then we're going to get rid of any padding and also margin. And because we're using flex, we can say the justify content. I'm going to say flex start so that all the tabs are put to the left hand side of the nav element. And then the border bottom, so we're just going to put solid grey, and I'll just put that line underneath it. So this is what I was saying about the styling isn't that great. Feel free to suggest some different ways of doing this. But the other thing we want to target down here as well is the list item elements. So I'm going to put a bit of padding around each one, just so we can have the background highlighted when it's selected. And we're going to put border on the top. And again, we'll just use that grey colour. And we also want to put it on the left and right, but not on the bottom, because that will give us an extra pixel width of border, which will make the design look even worse. But we're going to actually round the corners, which is very similar to the way Bootstrap does it. So we'll put the border top left radius, and just say that's 0.5 rems. And then do the same thing for the right as well. And now we've got that sort of tabbed, rounded effect at the top. Okay, so that's pretty much all we need to do for the list items there. I will target the anchor tag as well and just remove the text decoration. Just set that to none. And then also what we're going to be doing to indicate which tab is currently being viewed, we're going to apply an active class to it, very much like we did in the previous tutorial. So we're going to create that active class while we're here. And we'll use a similar sort of format as what we did in the sticky nav tutorial. So we'll say light sea green is the background color, and the text color is just set as white. So what we want to do with the sections is actually when they're not being viewed, if the tab isn't open, we want to just hide them. So I'm just going to create a helper class to do that. So we can apply this class to get rid of all of the other tabs, or the other content from the tabs. and that class is hidden, and we'll just set the display to be none. Okay, so that's all the styles that we need for this project. What we're going to do now is have a look at the JavaScript, and it's going to be a case of setting up event listeners for each of these links up here, each of the tabs, and when we click on them, we're going to hide the sections that aren't visible and make sure that the section that we want to see that's been clicked on is visible, and obviously we're going to add the active class to the tab that's been clicked as well. So we'll start off by just selecting the elements that we need. So we've got the nav element is equal to document.querySelector nav, and the navbar links is equal to, let's target the nav element again and just get the query selector all for all of the anchor tags that are inside of there. So this is pretty similar to what we did in the previous project so far. And we're going to get the section elements as well to get all of the elements on the page. So we need query selector all again, and that's all of the sections, and that's where we're going to be applying that hidden class to hide the tabs that aren't open. So we're going to loop through the navbar links in just a second and set up click event listeners for them. But first of all, I'm going to create a couple of helper functions that will remove all of the active classes from the navbar links and also hide any of the sections that may be open. So I'm going to create a function called remove active links. And I'll just set this up as an arrow function because we might as well. And for each of the navbar links that we've got, I want to loop through them. So it's a node list, so we can use for each on there. No, it's not a proper array, so we can't use other array functions, but for each should be fine. So for each of these links, it will be the anchor tag that we've got in our markup, but we want to go to the parent element and just make sure that it doesn't have the active class on it. So if you look at the markup, the anchor tag is here and the parent element is this list item here. So we can do that by saying link.parentElement, and on that parent element, on the list item that we've got, we'll go to its class list property and just make sure that the active class is removed. So this will loop through all of the section links that we've got in the navbar at the top and just remove any active classes that are there, including for the one that's going to be clicked, but that's fine because we're going to re-add that when we actually have a click event fired. And the other function I want to set up is hide sections, which again is just an arrow function, and section elements this time, so each of those sections that are in the article. We're going to loop through each of those. And we don't need to access the parent element this time, but for each of the sections, we're going to again access the class list property and just add the hidden class. So this will essentially, when we run this function, just hide all of those sections that we can see in the article at the moment. So we're now in a position where we can loop through all of the navbar links and set up event listeners for them and then make use of these two functions. So navbar links, again for each, and what we're going to do for each link, we're going to add an event listener, which is a click event. And when one of those links is clicked, the first thing we're going to do is reset how the page looks. So we're going to remove any active links by calling that function that we just set up, and then we're also going to hide sections, which will basically give us a blank page. So if we actually test that out now, we should find that we get completely no content in the article and there shouldn't be any active links. Let's just make sure that the first one is set as active by default. We can do that by adding the active class to this first list item. So now when we're clicking any of the items in the navbar element, you can see we're completely resetting the page. So that gives us a good starting point to then say which items we should be showing and which tab should actually be active. So we'll do that by doing the inverse of what those functions do, but just for that one element where we've had the click event. And the element in question will be the link. And again, this is the anchor tag. So the first thing is, if we want to actually highlight the tab that's been clicked, we're going to add the class of active to the parent element, which will be the list item. Now we should find that if we click on each of those tabs, the list item has the active class applied to it, and you can see that it's highlighted. That's all working good. And then we need to work out which section to display based on what's being clicked in the navbar. So the way we can do this is similar to what we did in the previous project, is we can get the current section element that's been clicked by doing a document.querySelector and passing in the link.hash, which is basically the ID of the section element, which has been given to us from this href fragment here. So once we've got the section element, we can then remove the hidden class from it, and that should make it display. So we'll say section element dot class list dot remove dot hidden. And what we should find now, if we click on one of the navbar links, that we're only seeing the content from the section that's been clicked, and we're only showing the content from the section that's been selected. So there's only one thing really left to do with this, and you might notice that when the page loads initially that all of the sections are visible. We set the active class to be default in the markup, and that's going to be the same thing for the other sections as well. We just want to make sure that they're hidden. So we can say for section 2, we want to say that that is hidden, and also for section 3 as well, because we're going to have the first section being displayed. Oops. I'm going to have the first section being displayed and nothing else. So now you can see only that first section's content is being displayed on page load, and clicking on the other tabs shows the relevant section. So that's our tab project complete, and it's showing how you can use the same markup and present it in totally different ways, either a sticky navbar or with tabbed content like this. And in the next project, what we're going to be doing is doing a similar thing by creating content on the page, but we're actually going to generate all of the text and content on the page using some data that's actually stored in our JavaScript code. So this project is going to be a bit different from the previous ones, because before we were working with things that were already on the page and making changes to them with JavaScript. But in this project, all of the content is going to be generated from our JavaScript code and then inserted as new elements into our page. So we'll be making this FAQs kind of component. And it's visually quite simple, and the markup behind it's quite simple too. But essentially we've got these details tags. But the key thing to take away, as just mentioned, is that we're going to be using our JavaScript code to actually put all this content on the page. So you'll notice from the markup on the page that there's none of this text or information is actually there. We're actually inserting it all via our JavaScript. So this would be a good project for you to get to grips with how you can generate content on the page using JavaScript. So let's go over to our starter files, just so we've got a blank template to start with. And because there really isn't any markup to work with on the page, we're going to start this time in our script tag and actually start generating the data straight away and then putting that onto the page, and we'll style it to finish off the project. Okay, so the first thing we want to do is to create the data that we're going to be putting on the page. And this is just going to be a simple array in JavaScript. And we're going to create an object for each item in the array because we want two pieces of information for each of those FAQ lines. The first is what the actual title of the FAQ was. So we could say, I think we had something like, why is JavaScript cool before? Why not? And then the other thing that we're going to want in the object as well is some text or some detail, which is going to be what you see when you actually click on the details tag to open up and see what the FAQ answer is. So we're just going to use some Lorem Ipsum text here. So you can't actually generate that Lorem Ipsum text directly in a JavaScript file in Visual Studio Code, but we can just use the same approach that we've done in our HTML before. So I'll grab that string and then just tidy it up here. Okay, feel free to write your own FAQs for this if you're following through. And then we're just going to copy this through a few times. So we'll say, what is JavaScript is the next one. And maybe something like, how can I learn JavaScript? So these will be the titles for our FAQs. And let's just make sure we've got all the commas there in our array. So we've got 3 items in the array there, and we'll loop through those and actually generate each of the HTML tags that we need and then put them into our document. So I'm just going to close that down for the moment by clicking this arrow here so it doesn't get in the way of our other code. And we're going to write a function which will take one of these items in the array and generate the necessary HTML markup that we need to insert it into the page. So I'm just going to create a function and call it make HTML. And we use an arrow function here, And because we're only taking one argument, I'm just going to write the argument name here, or parameter name. And we don't need any parentheses around there because we've just got the one argument. So taking that data item, that'll be each of the items in the array. So when we run this function, the items in the array, for example, this first item here, will be what's inside of the data variable or argument that's passed in. And we're just going to return a string. And I'll use a template literal here because it'll allow us to use parts of the object that's been passed in to insert stuff into the string that we're returning. And the string that I'm going to return is, I think I've mentioned this already, a details tag. So you'll see what this looks like in plain HTML in just a second if you haven't come across details before. But with a details tag, we have a summary tag inside it. Close that there. And then everything after the summary tag will be the detail that is displayed that's kind of hidden initially and then expands when we click on the FAQ component. And that's pretty much all we need in terms of markup to be returned from this function. But we just need to make sure we're inserting the properties of the data object that's been passed in, which again is each item in the array. So for that summary title, this will be the bit that you can see when the FAQ is closed. So we'll say data.title, again corresponding to what's in our array. And then we'll have data.detail. Did I say detail or details? Detail. So that will take the text in that second property and then just put it inside of a p tag. And that's pretty much all we need to return for this HTML make HTML function. So now we're going to make use of it and actually put some details onto the page. So we need to put the string that this make HTML function generates somewhere into our document, and we can just insert it directly into the body. There's nothing in our HTML page at the moment, and we can do that by accessing document.body, and then we can just set inner HTML equal to the result of the call of this function. So we could say make HTML and then pass into that function from our data array, which is a variable that we declared initially at the top, and we'll just pass in that first item. So if we run that code now, you should see we've got something appearing on the page, which is a details tag. In fact, if we open up our DevTools just to have a look at what that looks like, you can see we've got the details tag, which is what was in the function, and then the summary tag with the information inside of that, the title property of our data object, and then we've got the p tag, which has got the Lorem Ipsum text in there. And clicking on the summary element at the top there, the title, you can see that it expands and closes the details tag. So that's in a nutshell how you can create some new HTML and then just insert it into your document using inner HTML. And if we just close down the DevTools there, but we also want to get the other items in the array. We don't just want the first item in there. So instead of getting the first item in the array, what we can do is take the data array and we can use a map function. So this will go through each of the items in the array and allow us to return a different item. So for each, we'll say data item, we want to call that make HTML function again, but with each data item in turn. And probably one thing that we want to do as well, if we actually run this as it is, you'll see we've got these commas separating each item, and that's because we're returning an array and assigning it to inner HTML. So we probably want to join all of those items in the array back together as another string, and we can just do that with a join function on the end of this statement. So although that's working okay for our example, it's more likely that you're going to want to insert this type of data that JavaScript is generating into a specific point of your document. So we can create a kind of containing element in our body tag. So the HTML that our JavaScript is generating can be inserted anywhere that we like. So we'll just create a div element here and we'll give it an ID of FAQ container. And we'll just leave it as an empty div. And we'll use this to actually position and insert our FAQs into the document. So we'll just select that item here and save it into a variable. So we'll say container element is equal to document.getElement by ID, and it was FAQ container. So instead of saying document.body is where we're going to insert our HTML string into, we can then say the container element. We're going to set the inner HTML of that. And of course, that's got the advantage of now we can actually put some additional markup around the FAQs that are being inserted with JavaScript. Okay, so that's pretty much the mechanism for using JavaScript to insert content into your page, or at least it's one way of doing it. Let's add some styles to our project now, just so it looks a little bit nicer. So the first thing we'll do for the body, we'll set the font family and we'll use Trebuchet. And then we'll target the details tag that's on the page. And we'll say the cursor is pointer. For some reason it doesn't seem to give us a pointer when we use this with a natural HTML element. But it makes sense that you should be able to click it. We'll just put a bit of padding into the details and some margin on the top and bottom. We'll set the background colour to be sort of a reddish sort of colour with a bit of opacity, just so it gives us a bit of a faded background there. We'll put a border around this as well. We had a kind of solid red colour in the original setup, and as always, bits of drop shadow. Just to differentiate it and put a bit of depth on the page for it as well. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. The other thing we'll do is just target the p tag as well inside of here. So we'll say the details.p, the font size slightly smaller. And maybe we want to make the summary tag font weight to be slightly bolder. And that's just made our FAQs a bit more customizable. And of course, you don't need to use the details tag to do this, but it's just a quick and easy way to create a hideable bit of information like this, which is what you normally see in an FAQ. Of course, one of the advantages of doing things this way as well is that in our JavaScript code, we can add in more FAQs whenever we like. So let's just copy this and add in a fourth item into the array. Let's just say, where can I learn JavaScript? So you can see we don't need to do anything else to our markup or our code. Everything's done automatically for us. And if this data was coming from an API or some other external source, that can be used to control how the web page or web app actually responds and how it generates all of the items for this component. So you can use this approach in your projects as well to create things like image sliders and carousels, and we'll be doing something like that in the next project where we'll be creating some user testimonials where we're going to generate all of the different components for some user review cards and then inserting them into the document and providing navigation between the different items. Okay, so in this project, we're going to look at creating what you could call a testimonials component. So essentially, we're going to be generating a card like this that has a user's picture, a name and some filler text, and also a date for when it was written. And the idea being that it would be a review for a product, but it could equally be something else presented in this way. And we've got the option to actually scroll through various different testimonials that have been provided, and you'll notice if you look in the markup in the same way as we did in the previous project, there's nothing in the markup. This is all generated via JavaScript. So essentially we're doing the same thing as the last project, but in a bit more detail with some more advanced controls. So hopefully that gives you an idea of what we're doing. Let's go over to our starter files and get started with this one. So we're going to start in a similar place as we did last time in the JavaScript, but just before we do that, I'm just going to put a touch of markup on the page, just a heading level 1 tag to let us know what it is that we're doing. And also we're going to create a div that has an ID of testimonials container, which if you remember from the end of the previous project, that's where we inserted all of our generated markup. So we're going to do the same thing here. So let's go over to the script tag now, and our first job really is to get the data set up for this. And in a real world example, your data would be provided to you, so you wouldn't really be necessarily shaping it the way we're going to do here, but we've got the opportunity to create the data in the format that we want to. So I'm going to say testimonials is the array. So it's going to be an array of objects where we'll have different bits of information that we can then use to generate that card for each of the testimonials. So each object inside the array will be one testimonial. So we're going to first of all have an author property, and each author will have a name. So Gabriel Moore was the first one that we used. And there are some images inside of the starter files as well. So if you have a look inside the starter files for this project, if you've downloaded them from the GitHub repository, then you should find that there's 4 images ready for us to go. And so the image is just that I'm going to put into the object is just the path name for the file. So we'll start with author 01.jpg, and we'll use that to generate the image for the user to be displayed in the card. And then the other thing we want is some filler text. So let's just generate some Lorem Ipsum here in our HTML file, and then copy that over into the text, and then tidy that up. Okay. And one final thing as well is the date when it was written as well. So we could use a date timestamp here, for example, but just to keep things simple, I'm just going to use some text to represent when the testimonial or the review was supposed to be written. So the next thing to do is to actually first of all get the containing element that we're going to be inserting the cards into, the reviews. So that was a div with an ID of testimonials container. So let's first of all create a variable, and we'll say container element is equal to document.getElementById, and then it's the testimonials container. So once we've got that container element, we can then start to insert some HTML into it. And as mentioned, we're going to use exactly the same approach as we did in the previous project, and that is to create a function that returns the HTML that we need for this card. So we'll say make testimonial card is the name of the function, and we're just going to take each of the items from the testimonials array in turn. So each argument that's passed in will be a testimonial, and we're just going to return a template literal again, and we're going to return a div. This time, instead of just returning some standard HTML elements, we're actually going to apply some classes to them as well, so we can style them in our CSS as well. So the overall div has a CSS class of testimonial card, and then the next thing we've got in there is an image, and we want to set the source property to the value that's provided inside of the testimonial object. So that's going to be author.image. So testimonial.author.image. And then the next item we'll have inside of this card is a heading level 2 tag, and it's testimonial.author.name. Make sure we close that up. And then we'll have a paragraph tag, which will put inside of there the result of the text property of the object. And then finally, we'll use a date tag to put in the information about when this was written, which is the date property of the testimonial object, obviously. So written on testimonial.date. Okay, so we have a function that will take one of the items from the array and create the HTML for it, but we need to insert it into the container element. But I'm going to do something slightly different from the previous project, and I'm going to create a new function called update page. And just set it as an arrow function. And what I'm going to do inside of here is I'm going to create a variable called markup. It could be data, it could be HTML, but that's what it's going to represent. And the result of that is going to be a call to make testimonial card, that function that we just created. And then we'll just say testimonials, and then just take the first and only item that we've got in there at the moment and use that as the argument to that function. So once we've done that, we'll access the container element and then just set its inner HTML, and then set its result be the value that's stored inside of that markup variable. Of course, there's nothing appearing on the page at the moment, and that's because this is wrapped up inside of that update page function. So we actually need to call that function for the HTML to be generated and to be added into the containing element. And now you can see we're getting the markup on the page with the image and the title and so forth like that. So we're getting that process of taking some data in JavaScript in the array and generating the HTML to be displayed on the page. So before we go any further, let's actually style this so that it looks as we want it to before we add any more data and functionality. So there's a bit more styling involved in this one than the previous projects. So we'll say font family, and we'll just go with a sans serif font. And then we want to target the testimonials container. And what I'm going to do is just set the width of that to be 400 pixels and then just center it in the page. Which doesn't seem to have taken effect, so I've probably spelt something wrong somewhere. Let's have a look in the index page. Okay, so I knew I should have picked a different word, but testimonials is really tricky for me to spell by all accounts. So it's testimonials. Monils. Okay, so yeah, I just got the ID wrong there, but now that we'll stick with that just because everything else is set up to use that misspelling of testimonials. But what we should find is now we can target the overall item that the function is creating for us. So hopefully we spelled this one right, but testimonial card, I think was the class name that we gave it. So we'll see if we add some padding. Yeah, that seems to have worked. So I spelt it right that time. Box shadow. Let's just put some of this on here. Oops. And just a light shadow around it. And then we're going to just make sure the width of this is set to 100%. We'll put a bit of border radius on it as well, just round those corners a little bit. And then we also want to make sure the line height has been increased a little bit. So that text is spread out a little bit more. So that's looking pretty good so far. Let's just make a couple of other changes to the image and the H2 tag. So for the testimonial card image, we'll set the border radius to be 50%. That gives us the rounded image effect. And then we'll just center that in the card. We need to make sure that the item is displaying as block for that to work. So let's move on to the heading level 2. Testimonial card heading level 2. So we'll just set the text to be centered for this as well. And we'll also do text transform to make sure it is uppercase. And that looks a bit smarter. And then the final thing is we want to target the date element inside there. Text, align, we'll put it to the right hand side. Just for that to work, again, we need to make sure that this is set to block. And we can also set the font style to be italic too. So we'll be coming back to our styles in a bit to style the navigation buttons, but let's actually add those in and get the mechanism for moving between the different testimonials up and running. But before we actually do any navigation, we need some more testimonials because we only have one in there at the moment. So let's duplicate this and then create some more reviews for our product. So I think we had Billy Bailey as the second person, and maybe that was the 25th of May. Let's put something different in so we can see the changes when we navigate through them. And then we've got another one here, which I believe author 3 is a lady. So we had Jackie Oliver. And then the other thing to change is just the date. So we'll say 2nd of June. And then finally, the last one. So we've got one more image in our directory there. Is another lady, Pauline Carter. And let's make sure we update that. And that was a later review, 9th of June. Okay, so we've created some new items in the testimonials array. But we need to make sure that they're being used because at the moment the only thing we're doing is accessing the first item from that array and then just building the HTML for that. So the way I'm going to do it for this example is to have a global value that lets us keep track of which testimonial we're currently looking at. So I'll create a new variable here called current testimonial, I can't spell it, testimonial, and then set that to 0. So we're going to use that as an index position in the array. So we'll set that to 0 to start off with. And then I'm going to create a couple of functions that actually increase or decrease this value depending on which button we're going to press. So we'll create the functions first and then we'll wire them up to some event listeners. So testimonial is equal to a function, and then what we're going to do, we could just say current testimonial plus is equal to 1, but we need to check that we're not going out of the bounds of the array. So we'll do a little if statement here to make sure we're not doing that. So we'll say if the current testimonial value is less than the length of the testimonials array, if we're still under that, then that's fine. We can increase the value of current testimonial, but of course because we're dealing with a 0 based index array, we'll hit that limit and go over the top of the array, so we need to subtract 1 from the length, and that will start us at 0 and make sure we don't go out of the bounds of the array. And the other thing we can do here as well is we want to actually update the user interface and make the HTML for the current testimonial that we're looking at. So if we do actually update the current testimonial value, I'm going to put in a call to the update page function as well. So we also need another function which will decrease the value of current testimonial. So that's if we're going to a previous item that's in the array. So we'll just say previous testimonial. And all we need to check here really is that the current testimonial value is bigger than 0, because we can't go below 0 in our array. And if it is, then we can just subtract 1 from that and then update the page again. So those are our two functions for navigating through the testimonials. Of course, this will only work if in our update page function, we're actually calling the make testimonial card function with the current testimonial value. And we can test that out manually just by updating this global value here. So updating this will actually get a different item in the array. And that's essentially what those functions are going to be doing for us. They're going to be updating that value and rebuilding the HTML that's on the page and in that container. But of course, we need some way that the user can trigger those functions rather than going into the code to change things, which they're not going to do. And we're going to do that inside of this function here in the update page function. And we're going to add in some buttons that appear below the testimonials. And we're going to put that into the markup directly below the card. So it could look something like this. So we'll say, if the testimonials array length is bigger than 1, so if we've got more than one testimonial item in there, what we're going to do is with the generated markup, which is the card that you can see on the page at the moment, we're actually going to add some more detail to it. So this is a bit of a hacky way of doing it, and I'll explain why in a second. But essentially we're going to insert a nav element into this, which will basically have 2 buttons. And because we're creating this markup dynamically and adding it into the page, it's really tricky at this point to actually attach event listeners to these buttons, because we can't do document.querySelector or anything similar because they're not in the document at the moment. But one thing we can do, and this is why it's hacky, is to access the onClick property of these 2 buttons, which is just a case of setting the onClick attribute like this. And as you might guess, we're just going to call the previous testimonial and next testimonial functions. So previous testimonial, and then let's copy that. Next testimonial, and then inside the buttons, let's just give them some text. So previous and next. And you can see because we've already added some more items into the testimonials array, that those buttons are appearing, and if we click those buttons, you should find that we can navigate through the different items in the array, and the markup is generated for each one because we're updating that current testimonials value and rebuilding the HTML each time we click one of those buttons. So let's just add some styles to these buttons as well, because they don't look the best at the moment, just to finish off. So we'll access the nav button. And we'll set cursor to be pointer. We'll give them a set width, and we'll set the background color. I think I had like steel blue in the example before, and set the color to be white of the text. And also we'll remove the border from those, and we'll add some padding. And we'll also target the hover state as well. Oops, now button hover. We'll just set the background color to be something else, such as royal blue, for example. And then if we want to actually center those as well, the nav itself, we'll set that to be display as flex. We'll justify the content to be centered and put a bit of margin on the top and bottom just to move it away from the card. And finally, we'll set gap to be 1 rem as well to put some gaps between those buttons. And you can see that they're still working as before, but now they look a little bit nicer. So just one final thing to check, I'm pretty sure it'll work, is that if we don't have more than one testimonial in our array, that the navigation button is not shown because it should be hidden based on the if statement before, which it is. So as long as you've got more than one testimonial, you'll see those navigation buttons. So that's looking pretty good, but there are some other improvements that we could make, like hiding the previous and next buttons if we've reached the end or the start of the array, because those buttons still exist when you get to those points, but they just don't do anything and don't tell the user anything, so it's a bit confusing. So we could do something with that. But really, this way of adding in markup gets a bit laborious after a while, and you can see some of the challenges that we came up against when we were using these buttons and adding the on-click events here. It's much better to create the elements yourself using the DOM functions that are available to you, and you get greater control over things then, and you'll see that happen in a few of the later projects in this video. But in the next project, we're going to look at something a bit different and look at working with date objects in JavaScript and also with storage in the browser. So our next project is going to be creating a countdown timer in JavaScript, and there are loads of different ways that you can do this. You can do it very simply or complex. We're going to go somewhere in the middle. We're going to create a very simple countdown timer, but we're going to add a few additional features into it that hopefully will start advancing the JavaScript knowledge that you have and allow you to apply some sort of things to the real world as well. So here we've got our countdown timer on the page, and it accepts 3 values, the hours, minutes and seconds. So how long do we want this countdown timer for? So for example, we could say 1 hour, 5 minutes and 10 seconds. Bit random, but there you go. And when we hit start, a couple of things are going to happen. The first is we're going to get the countdown timer starting to count down based on the values that we provided, but also it's going to actually remember this value that we're storing based on the current date that we're in. And so if we actually hit start, you see that the countdown timer starts working. But if we refresh the page, you can see, although we've lost all of the values that we've previously entered, it actually has remembered the values that the initial value that we set as the countdown timer, and it continues to count down. And that's because we're setting a value inside of our application of the browser, which is otherwise known as local storage. And you can see here we've set a timestamp value in here. More on that in a second if you don't know what a timestamp is. And that is what is keeping the countdown timer going when we refresh the page. But if we do remove that from the application storage and then refresh the page, we're back to square one and the countdown timer is stopped. So I bet you've seen this sort of thing before on marketing pages where there's a countdown timer and it's giving you a time before the sale finishes when there's not really a sale there. But same sort of thing, we're just storing a value that's set into local storage and pulling that back out and keeping the timer going even when the browser's closed or the users refresh the page. So let's get a start on this one. We're going to head on over to the starter files for this project. Give us a blank file to get started. And let's create all of the markup first. We'll style it and then we'll work on our JavaScript later on. So we'll do it in that order. So the first thing we want to add is just a heading level 1 tag. I don't know if countdown is 1 word or 2 words. Let's go with 1 for this. So countdown timer, and we're going to create a container element. So a div with the class of container. So we can target that with our CSS shortly. And the first thing we want is the inputs. So those 3 input fields that we can actually set the countdown timer value with. And so for each of those, we're going to have a label. And I'm going to label them as hours input. So hours. So then input, the ID has to match the for property of the label. So hours input. And let's just say that we can't have negative values in there. So we'll set a minimum value of 0. And then the actual initial starting value will also be 0. So we're basically just going to replicate this label and input combo 3 times. So let me just copy and paste this in here. And of course, we go from hours to, let's say minutes is the next one. Make sure that's uppercase. And then finally seconds. Okay, and we should have our 3 inputs there. And then finally, we just want a button inside of here as well to actually start the countdown timer. So we'll say button with an ID of start timer. And just say start with the label on the button. And that's all we need for our input form. The other thing we want to have is the outputs. And we'll label that as a div with a class of timer. And I'm going to set this all inside of a h2 tag. And I'm just going to have 3 divs for each component because we want to update these individually. So let's say ID of hours output. And we'll copy that. And then we'll have minutes. And then finally, seconds. So we won't see anything in there at the moment because there's no content inside those divs, but we'll be using our JavaScript to insert values into each of these div elements shortly. But let's go and add some styles for this project. So we head on over to the styles.css file. So there was a background image in the original demo that I gave to you a second ago. So I'm just going to set the HTML and body to be 100% height so we can apply a background image easily. And I'm going to go for a different font family this time. I'm going to go for Franklin Gothic Medium. I'm not sure if I actually like this font, but it's just something different from the ones that we've been using in the previous projects. We'll set the margin to be 2 rem. And as mentioned, we're going to put a background image of it's inside of the repository. So we've got this timer-bg. So it looks a little bit like that. You probably won't see it all on this screen because I've got it all squished up at the moment. But that's essentially what we're using. And there we go. And just make sure the background size is set to cover. So it's in proportion with the rest of the page. Okay, so that's the body sorted. And now we're going to target the heading level 1 tag. And we're going to set the color to be a white color, white smoke. Again, not sure on that font, but we'll stick with it. And then we're going to target that container class that we applied to the div that wraps the inputs and the outputs, because we want to set the display of that to flex so that it lines up side by side. And we're going to put a gap of 2 rem in between that. We'll put a bit of box shadow on that. Go for something a bit meatier this time. 8 pixels and 0.2. Should get rid of this. You should just be able to start to see this element being highlighted now. We'll set some padding of 1 rem. Give it some rounded corners again. And we'll set the background color of that also to be some kind of white color so we can see it a bit more easily. So next we'll target the inputs because they could do a bit of styling so they don't look great at the moment. So we'll set the display of those to be flex. And I'm going to put these in a column. Helps to save some space in this project as well. And put a gap in between of those of 0.5 rem. And we're just going to set the width of this to be 100 pixels, just to bring it in a little bit so we've got a bit more space on the page for the output when it comes. You can obviously play around with this if you were doing it on a bigger screen, but I'm a bit short on space here, so just that will help out a little bit. So inside of the inputs, we want to target each input and just give it a bit of padding all the way around. 0.5 rem should do. And the other thing we want to also target inside inputs is the button. So just to add a bit of style to this. No border, bit of padding, and we'll set the background color to be light grey. And also we'll set its cursor to be pointer. And whilst we're here, we'll do some hover state for this too. So background color is white. And then the final thing that we're going to be targeting inside of our CSS is the timer, which is basically the output when we start to work on that. So I just want to make sure that the width of that is set to 100%. We'll also set its display to be flex and align the items to be centered. And we'll justify the content to be centered too. And the font size is slightly bigger at 2 rem. So we can't see anything there at the moment, but when we start updating the document with our code, you should see those styles taking effect. So now let's head on over to the JavaScript for this project, and just a word of warning, strap yourself in because there's quite a few lines of code to work over here because we've got the inputs and output elements that we're going to have to select and update manually. So as I said, there's lots of different ways to do a countdown timer. This is just one, but hopefully it should give you some examples of how you can use your JavaScript skills to work with the document and update various things. So let's select all of these elements. So the first thing we're going to want to have is the hours input element. And that's just going to be a call to document.get element by ID. And then we've got hours input. And we've got other ones here as well that we want to select. So we've got minutes. So let's just update both of those. And then we've also got seconds. So we've got the 3 input elements there as well. And then we basically want to copy those again for the 3 output things that we've got as well. So we'll change this to hours output and minutes output. In fact, we want to get the seconds output and seconds input as well. So we'll just select all of those in one go. So we've got hours, minutes, and seconds output. And the only other thing that we need to have as well is the start button element. So let's just create another variable and we'll call it start timer button element. And that had the ID of start timer. So there you go, lots of things to select on the page, but we've got all that done and set up. There are 2 things that we want to keep track of throughout the rest of our code, and that is the target time that the user has selected. So once they've filled in the form and hit the start button, so we'll create a variable called target time. And we're also going to have to set up a JavaScript interval timer to actually make the clock tick and to update the page for every second. So we're going to store that in a variable and we'll call that timer interval. And you'll see in a second how we can use that to set the timer and clear it when we reach 0 as well. So that's quite important. So a lot of this work is going to be done in a function that will calculate the time remaining based on 2 dates basically. So we're going to create a function to do that called update timer, and it's just a simple arrow function. And if target time has already been assigned a value before we call this function, for example if the users click the start button or there is an existing time target set in the local storage, then we want to actually start working out how much time is left. So we'll do a simple if statement to check if there is a value inside target time. And we're just going to work out the difference in seconds between the current time and the one that's been stored or been set by the user in the countdown timer. So we'll say the difference in seconds is equal to the target time minus date.now, which actually gives us the number of milliseconds that have passed since the Unix epoch. So it's a timestamp, in other words, and we can use that to actually calculate how much time has passed. But we need to divide that by 1,000 to get that into seconds, because our variable is called difference in seconds. And we probably want to wrap this in math.floor as well, so we don't get any fractional values here. So what we'll have inside of this difference in seconds variable is the number of seconds that are remaining from the target time that's been set and the current time based on the JavaScript date object. So we're going to use that to work out how many hours, minutes and seconds are actually left. So we're going to say const hours is equal to math.floor and then difference in seconds divided by 3600, which is obviously the number of seconds in an hour. And then the other thing we want to do is get the minutes, and we can do that by calculating math.floor and then the difference in seconds divided by 60 to get it into minutes, 60 seconds into a minute, and then whatever's left over from that with a modulus operator. And then seconds is basically math.floor difference in seconds modulus 60. So what we can do now is in our elements that we've selected, such as the hours output element, we can set the text content of that to be equal to the value that's inside of hours, and we're just going to put the additional suffix text of hours on there as well, and then we can change this one here to minutes. I should say minutes too. And then finally seconds output element, the text content of that is equal to seconds. So this is just updating those three output elements on the page to let us know what the calculation is from the previous step there. So just to prove that this is working and to kind of illustrate what we're trying to do here, let's set a value manually here into the target time variable, and then just run the update timer function on the page just to see what should happen. So that timestamp is about 50 seconds in the future, and if we keep refreshing the page, the update timer function is running each time I refresh that, and you can see that the counter is going down on each page refresh. So you're probably thinking, well, how do we get that target time and assign it that value, and how do we call the update timer function repeatedly? Well, we need to set up a click event listener for the start button, and when that's clicked, we're going to actually work out what the value of that timestamp should be and assign it to target time. So that's the first thing that we need to do. So this bit is just a case of getting the event listener set up. So we'll target the start button element, and we're going to add an event listener for click events, and then what we're going to do inside of here, we're first of all going to get the values that are inside of the three input fields that we have. So I'm going to create three variables here called future hours, just to distinguish it between other hours variables that we've got within our code. And then we're going to use the parseInt function as the hours input element .value property will actually give us a string, so we want to make sure that we've got a proper number. So parseInt is a good way to do that. So we want future hours, and then we also want future minutes too. And let's change this, so it's minutes input element. Get that value there. And then we want future seconds too. And then this one turns into seconds input element value. So just getting those three values from the form and then actually getting them into these variables and making sure that they're numbers. And then the next thing that we want to do is work out what the current date is. Now the reason we want to know what the current date is because we want to advance the current date by the number of future hours, minutes and seconds that have been selected, and that will give us our target time for the future for the countdown clock. So let's get a new date object. So we'll create a new date object here. And whereas above we got the future hours, minutes and seconds, we want to get the current hours, minutes and seconds. So let's create three variables for that. And we'll call this current hours. And we can get the current hour value from the date object that we've just created. And then we want minutes as well. And then seconds. So that date object gives us three functions which will do this for us: get hours, get minutes and get seconds. So now we're in a position where we know what the target hours, minutes and seconds are, and we know what the current hours, minutes and seconds are. And a good way to calculate a timestamp is to use the date object again, and we can manipulate the current hours, minutes and seconds that are inside the date object and then work out what the timestamp would be at that particular time. So we're sort of moving that date object into the future and then saying what would the timestamp be at this particular time. So for the date object that we created, we're going to set the hours to be equal to the current hours plus the future hours. And then we want to do the same thing for minutes. And then finally seconds. And then with that in mind, we can then actually get the target time, which with the timestamp, that long number, the milliseconds since the Unix epoch, and we can set that into our global target time variable. And the last thing that we want to really do in this click event is to call the update timer function. And that's because when the users click the start button, we want to render the timer values into those output elements that we selected and made use of in that update timer function up here. So let's say we wanted to have 1 hour as the timer, 1 hour, 5 minutes and 10 seconds. So you can see that update timer function has been called and updated the output elements with the target time. The only problem we've got at the moment is that it's not counting down. So we need to set up an interval in our code that fires a function every so many seconds. Every second would be ideal to update the user interface and calculate how much time is remaining. So if you remember, we had another global variable up here, which was the timer interval. And what we're going to do is actually use the set interval function in JavaScript to basically call a function every so many seconds. And we're going to call the update timer function, which handles all of the calculation of how many seconds are actually left. And I'm actually going to call it every 500 milliseconds, so every half a second. And the reason for that is sometimes when you're setting the countdown timer going, you're in between seconds. So just running it twice every second will help us help the UI update and keep up to track with what's going on, at least when you first click the start timer button. So we want to actually store the result of this set interval function into the timer interval variable. And the reason for that is when we hit 0, we actually want to stop that timer from going. So I'm just going to demonstrate this with a few seconds of worth of timer. So let's start with a 5-second timer. And you can see when we get to 0, it keeps going. In fact, it's reducing all of the numbers that are inside of our current values. So we need to stop that from happening when we hit 0. So let's just refresh the page to stop that happening. So we're going to clear the timer interval once we've hit 0 seconds. So we'll do that inside of the update timer because that knows how many seconds have passed or how many seconds are left. So we can kind of say in here, if the difference in seconds is less than 1, i.e. 0, then we want to make sure that the interval is cleared, and we'll do that using the clear interval function. And the name of the interval, or rather the value of the interval, is stored in the timer interval variable. So let's try that again with a 5-second timer. And you can see as we go down to 0, that interval has been cleared and the timer then stops. And I guess you could also play some kind of sound or something at this point to let the user know that the countdown timer has been reached. So that's a really simple countdown timer, but it is using the JavaScript date object to kind of work out the future time, which might not seem that useful in this example because we just want to count down from 10 to 0, for example. But the power comes in when we want to actually store this value into the local storage and pull that back out, because then whenever you reload the page or whenever the user revisits this page, that timer value will be remembered and it won't have paused. It will actually have continued counting down in a kind of sense because the date in the future will be closer. So to demonstrate that, let's go into the function here where the click event has been fired. And as soon as we've got the target time, what we're going to do is set that into the local storage of the browser to actually remember that value. So if you're not familiar with local storage, basically there's an object inside of your JavaScript code which allows you to access the storage values that are inside of the browser. And if you open up the DevTools in your browser and go to the Application tab in Chrome, I think it's the same in Firefox and Safari, you will see here that you've got a local storage section here, so you can actually put key value pairs into here. So same sort of thing as an object or a value in JavaScript. You can store your own values in here and then retrieve them later on. So if you haven't come across that before, that's what I'm talking about when we're referring to local storage. So with this local storage object, we can call the set item function. And this basically requires you to put in the name of the item you want to set, or the key, and also the value. So I'm just going to set a new key value of target time. And of course, the value of that will be target time. That's the timestamp that we've calculated in the previous line above. So if we just set another 5-second target and go back into the application tab, you can see there now that we've got a key value here of target time and that timestamp which is in the future. So that's great, but we want to retrieve that when the page loads. So we're going to put some code down here when the page loads outside of the click event to check for that target time value. So we'll create a new variable called stored target time. That's equal to local storage, and this time we're going to say get item, and we're going to get the target time value. So if there is a key that matches target time in local storage, we'll get the value. If not, we'll get null. So what we can then do is check whether there is a value stored in target time or stored target time. And if that is the case, what we can do is set our global target time variable equal to the stored target time that's just been retrieved, and we'll call the update timer function to update the user interface straight away, but also set the timer interval equal to that set interval function. So we're basically setting the countdown timer going here, and again we'll set it for every 500 milliseconds. And when we reload the page, we get some weird output, and that's because we've still got a stored target time from the previous value. But what we want to do is just clear that out by setting a new timer. And we'll set it for 1 hour and 10 minutes. And that should start counting down for us. And if we just refresh the page a couple of times, you can see that we're retrieving that target time and setting it into our application code so that the timer never gets forgotten about, and you could close this tab down and come back at a later time and that timer would still be counting down. So that's just one way to create a countdown timer in JavaScript. This one does have a bit of a unique feature in that it takes a future date and stores it into local storage. And in the next project, we're going to look at local storage again in a bit more detail and see how you can use it to store more complex types of data. So in this project, we're going to create a star rating component, and it'll do a few different things. First of all, it will generate all of the markup from some data structures in our JavaScript, but it will also keep track of the user's entries, the state that the star component is put in, and it will store that in local storage. So building on from the countdown timer project that we just did. So let's have a look at what we've got in our project. So our star component will look a little bit like this when it's finished. And each one of these individual questions or statements is generated from our JavaScript code. And these stars are actually span elements that, again, we've automatically generated from our JavaScript. And the idea being is that you can select some different star ratings. So you can choose between 1 and 5. And then the interesting thing about this is similar to what we did with the countdown timer project. If I'm refreshing the page, or if I was to go away from this page and to come back, that data is actually stored as a preference in the user's local storage. So the answers that have already been given aren't lost, and ultimately the data that this is kind of generating may be sent to some kind of back-end service to be stored in a database. So that's a quick overview of the project. Let's get started and build this up from scratch. So we're going over to our starter files again. So we're going to create the markup and the styles for this project first. There's not a lot to do for our setup, and then we'll get into the JavaScript to actually start creating those star rating components. So as with some of the other projects that we've done, we're just going to have a simple div with an ID here, and this is where all of the additional HTML content that our JavaScript is going to generate will be placed into. So we've just got that mounting point there, and then we'll move on to the styles. And there's not a lot to do here because it was a fairly basic style that we had on the star rating component. So for that div element that we've created, we're just going to set the display to flex, and we'll set the flex direction to be column. And then we'll put a gap in between each of those rows that we're going to get. And then we're just going to put a border around this. So we'll say 2 pixels solid black, and then put some padding of 1 rem inside of this containing component. And then I'm just going to set the width to be 100 pixels, just so it's not taking up the whole screen. Okay, so that is our ratings. And the only other thing that I'm going to target in here is the classes that will be applied to show a filled or an unfilled star. And you can use images for this, but I've just gone for the star emojis just to make things simple in this example. But we could use our JavaScript to either switch an image, or we could put that as content inside here. So we're basically going to be targeting the before pseudo elements to allow us to put some text content into our empty stars. We'll also have the filled class as well, so we've got a filled star. So we've got these 2 pointers here, and then so for the empty star we'll just copy this emoji that we've got here, which is an empty star, and then a filled star will be the filled one here. And the only other thing that we probably want to do as well is just set the cursor to be pointer, so you can actually click, or it looks like you can click on those particular elements. So we're going to apply these classes to the spans that we're going to be adding into the page, and that will show us either a filled or an empty star, depending on what the user selection is. So let's head on over to our script now. So the first thing I'm going to do is set up some of the questions or the statements that we're going to be asking the user. So I'm going to do this with an array, and I'm going to call this array initial questions. And each of these initial questions items is going to be an object, and we want 2 things in there. We want basically the friendliness and also the rating. So this is going to be a default or an initial value that will apply to the rating. So you could start off in a state where the star component is loaded with 4 stars or 5 stars, and the user has to change that. So I'm just going to add that 1 in for the moment. We'll come back and add in more questions later on, but we're going to be looping through this array to actually generate each of those star rating components. So what it might be worth doing at this point is to set up the retrieval from local storage. So we're going to do a check and see if there are any previously saved questions, and if there are, we'll load those in, but if not, we'll use this initial questions array. So let's create a new variable called stored questions, and we're going to call local storage.get item, and then we're going to use stored questions is the key. And so what we'll do there is we're basically checking if there is an item called stored questions in local storage. Now what we're going to be doing is actually storing that array into local storage, and local storage is great, but it only accepts strings or primitive values, so we can't actually store the array directly inside it because it will just store the string of object. So we need to have a way to convert the array into a string when we're saving it, and then when we're pulling it back out as a string, we actually need to convert it back into an array, and we can do that with the JSON parse function, because essentially what we'll be storing in local storage is JSON. Okay, so now we need to know what data source are we using. Are we using what we got from local storage, or are we going to use those initial questions? So I'm going to create another variable called questions, and I'm going to say use the stored questions, but if that's null, then we can actually use the initial questions. So that's a nice little JavaScript feature of using the OR operator to say that if stored questions, if there's nothing in there, then use initial questions instead. So the next thing we're going to do is create the stars that you can actually click on for the star rating component. And this is a bit of a meaty function because there's lots of things that we need to do. We need to create the elements, we need to put them into the document, and then we also need to set up event listeners for when you click them as well. So there's a lot going on here, but I'll try and explain exactly what we need to do. So we're going to create a function called makeStars, and we're going to pass in a couple of arguments or set up some parameters for this function. So we're going to have a max value so that we can set up a limit, so we can have 5 stars, or we could change that to 10 or something like that if we want to. And we also need to know about the initial rating and the label as well, because we're going to put in the text above it. So I'm going to pass in another argument there called question, which will basically be one of these items in the question array. Okay, so this function, we're going to create some markup, and we're going to do that using the document.createElement function. And the first thing we want to do is create a kind of container to contain all this information, which we can then append into the ratings div that we've got on the page at the moment. So I'm going to say document.createElement div, and that is our container. And now we're going to loop through all of the stars that we've got up to the max value, and then create those span tags that will then append to that star container. So let's say star position is equal to 1, and then the star position is less than or equal to max value, and star position plus plus to increment that. So we've just got a for loop here that's going to loop from 1 up until the max value, and I've given the loop index property names something meaningful so we can make sense of those later on, rather than just using like I or J or something like that. So now I'm going to create a span tag for each time we run this loop. So don't forget, each span is going to show either a filled or an empty star. So we're going to say document.createElement, and this time it'll be a span. And one of the advantages of using document.createElement is we can append this span onto the container and then continue to work with the element that we've got stored in the variable name. So star container dot append child, and then star element. So now that's done, we can forget about the hierarchy and where the actual element's going to be placed, and we can actually work with that star element span and make any changes that we need to it. So what we're going to do first of all is do a quick check to say, is the star position, is it less than or equal to the question object that's been provided? Is it less than its rating? And because if it is, then that is the rating that the user has given it, and we want to put a filled star into this position. So for that star element that we're creating, we'll say the class list .add filled, which, if you remember from our CSS, is just going to put the filled star emoji into that particular star element. But if it's not, if we haven't actually reached that limit, or we've gone past where the user's already clicked, then the star element class list .add is going to be empty. So that is the setup for showing the span tags and showing whether they're filled or empty, depending on the kind of question rating that's been passed in. We do just need to make sure that we're returning from this function the star container, because I'm going to use it to append it into the ratings shortly. So I'm going to leave the make stars function for the moment. We'll come back in a bit and set up the event listeners for when the user clicks. But for the moment, let's just close that down, because I actually want to get those stars on the page so you can see that working. So we're going to create another function, and we'll call this one make star rating. So it's going to take a question and actually generate the stars and put it into the document for us, or at least return a containing element. And so this function will take in a question from the array, and we're going to create some more elements for this. We're just going to create a container element. So we're going to create element again and div. And now we want to create a label as well. So we're going to create that with document.createElement again. Okay, and we'll set the label .text content. So this is going to display the actual question or statement, and it's going to be equal to the question.label, which is what we specified up here in the array. And then the next thing we want to do is just append that label onto the containing element, the div that we've just created above. So we'll say append child, and we'll append the label element that we've created. And then the other thing that we want to append to this container, to this div, is to actually make the star component and append that. So we could save this into a variable, or we could just call it straight away here. So make stars, which, if you look, Visual Studio Code is giving us some help. It's telling us what arguments we need to pass in. So we need to pass in a max value. So we're going to say that's 5. And we're also going to pass in the question, which is available to us in this function as well. And then we're going to return the container that we're creating from this function so that we can then add it into our document finally. So that's that function done. We'll just close that down. So when this code runs, what we want to do is first of all get a reference to the ratings element. So we'll do that by document.getElementById. And if you remember, that just had an ID of ratings. So this is what we're selecting here. And then what we're going to do is loop through all of the questions that we've got here, whether they're stored questions or the initial questions, and create the ratings component for each one. So for each of those questions, we'll get a question from the array. And then from this ratings element that we've just created, we're going to append the child, which is generated from make star rating, and we're going to pass in the question. So if we save that, we should see some content being added onto the page, but there doesn't seem to be. So let's have a look in our dev tools and see if there's any problems, which there is. We've got a reference error, so I've spelt something incorrectly or named something wrong. So that is, it's quite interesting here actually. If we click on the debugger, it will actually show us exactly what line that is. So that is in the for loop there. So in this make stars function, I said let star position and start position. So if we change that and save it, we should find that that error goes, and you can see we're getting our star component with the label as well. So that's all working okay. So just to demonstrate the initial values here, so we could actually set this to be 4 stars already when the initial questions are loaded. So just to demonstrate that that mechanism is working, so if we change that initial value, the filled stars are being shown if the rating value is set. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. We need to go back now to the make stars function and set up some click events so that when we click on one of these stars, we're actually going to set that rating value in our data structure and actually re-render the stars. So we can do that inside of here where we're actually getting each of the star elements. So when we're looping through, this is where we're actually creating each of those stars. We can actually access the onClick property, or we can use the add event listener function if you prefer. So we're going to do a similar thing that we did above here. We're basically going to be getting all of the stars from the star container and just checking what the rating should be and removing any filled stars and replacing them with empty ones, depending on where the user's actually clicked. So we're going to use another for loop for this. This time I will just set the index variable here just to be I. And again, we're going to loop whilst we're hitting the max value. And we'll say if I is less than the star position, so don't forget this is in the other loop that we've got up here, and whatever value has been assigned to the star element. If that's the case, then this element must be before where the user has clicked. So we're going to access the star container and access the children property of this, which is basically all of the spans that are inside of the div that we're adding. And we're going to access it at that position I, in the loop. And then for the class list, for that element, we're just going to make sure that it's filled by adding the filled class. But if not, if we haven't reached that limit, if we've gone past where the user's clicked, then what we need to do is remove any filled classes that might have been there previously, because the user might have clicked 5 and then gone to 3. And also add in any empty classes to make sure that the empty star is displayed. So we're going to say the star container dot children at position I dot class list dot we'll do the remove first, so remove any filled stars, and then we'll also make sure that the empty class is there, so we see the empty star. And now we should find that we've got event listeners set up for each of these stars here. So if we click on one, it should fill them all in, and then if we go back, it does remove them, but it's actually not putting the empty class back again. So, okay, I did remove instead of add there, so we should add the empty class back. So now we should find that clicking anywhere on the star rating component selects that value, selects the star that we've clicked on, and all the other ones are set as empty. So the only thing really now to do is to update the rating value that the user selected and then store that into local storage so that next time we reload the page, that value is preserved. So this is going to be an interesting one because it's going to demonstrate the power or quirk, if you will, of how JavaScript passes objects via reference. So instead of accessing the questions, which is what we're using to generate all of the ratings for the moment, and finding this particular statement or this question and updating its rating value, we have a reference to it that's been passed in all the way up here at the start of the make stars function. And any changes that we make to this question and object that's been passed in are actually going to be reflected back up to where it lives in the array. So in other words, we can come down here, and when the users are clicked on the button, we can just say the question that we've got access to, set the rating of that to be equal to the star position. And that will, if we've clicked on the third star, it will get the value of 3 and store it into that object in the array. And so nothing else is needed. So in this example, this is quite powerful because we don't need to actually go and find the particular question, but it can also cause lots of different bugs in your programs when you're kind of updating arguments that have been passed into functions. But that's another story. So once we've updated that value, all we're going to do is use local storage to set the item. And the item is going to say be stored questions is what we're going to look for. And don't forget, we can't just put the array into local storage like this because we can only put strings in there. So the way we handle this is to use json.stringify and close those braces there. And so when that click event is fired, we're going to update the star position and then also save those values into local storage. So there we go, that should be that done. So we were starting with, let's reset this to initial value of 0 to get us going. And what we're going to do is say we've got a value of 4, that's working as it was. We'll save it as 3. And now if I refresh the page, you can see that that value of 3 has been stored into local storage and is being retrieved. And we can check that in our application tab in our Chrome DevTools here. And you can see here we've got stored questions, and you can see it's got this array of questions and with the rating that we've selected. And we should find that if we click on something else that is changed. So we've made some powerful functions here. We just need to go and add more questions into the initial questions array if we want to actually create more star rating components. So I'm just going to clear out local storage here so that we don't remember that previous value. And then we're going to go over to the initial questions array. And we're going to add some more items in here. So I think we had things like cleanliness. We can set an initial rating of 0 for that. And we had other things like maybe this is a restaurant or something. And we've got food quality. Set again an initial value of 0 there. And then finally we'll have another one for service. And the rating of that will be 0. So there you go, there's multiple questions now being asked to the user, and these should all act independently because we're setting up these components independently via that function. And hopefully you can see how it's powerful to create small little functions like this to do a specific task, because then you can just update your data sources and everything works. So in our next project, we're going to see how we can take this up to another level again by creating small independent functions which do specific things. And we're going to be doing this by creating a table, which you can then use some different functions to actually sort the data structure that represents the data in the table. So in this project, we're going to be creating a sortable table. So this is essentially just a HTML table with some sorting buttons at the top. So each column can be sorted either in ascending or descending order. But the interesting thing about this project is we're going to be creating all of the rows in the table using a data structure in our JavaScript. So essentially you could actually just change that data structure and everything would continue to work. So we're kind of getting towards a reusable table component. So this is what the table looks like. There's some data about phones and laptops in here, and each row's got an ID, there's a title, price, etc. And we've got these little buttons. Just use the up and down emoji characters for this. And you can then sort the table rows based on one of these columns. So we could say want the largest value price at the top of the table, or we could do it via category. We've only got really 2 categories in there, so we could either go from laptops or smartphones, so we can just organize that data however we see fit. And as I say, we haven't used any specific hard-coded functions to say sort the category column in this way. We're just taking a data structure, it's an array in JavaScript, and then we're working out what the columns are and then just applying a default sorting mechanism to each column. So that's what we're going to be building. Let's head on over to our starter files to get going with this one, just so we've got a blank page. So you're probably familiar with this now from the previous tutorials, but when we're creating our markup via JavaScript, we want to have somewhere to place it into. So we're going to create a div with an ID of Sortable Table. And that is all the markup we need. Everything else is going to be generated from JavaScript, so that's all we need in there. So we're going to go over now to our style sheet, and as you saw, it wasn't the most beautiful looking table, but we do want to just apply a couple of styles here just to make things a little bit easier to read. So I'm just going to go for a sans serif font for the whole body. And so we're going to target the table and also the TH, which is the table heading cells in the table head, just so that we can make sure that everything's aligned correctly. I'm going to put that onto the left, and just to kind of show where those cells are, I'm just going to put a border around the whole table and also on those TH cells as well. Oh, we want to say black. Then the next thing we want to do is in the table heads, we're going to put some spans in there, and that is going to contain those emojis, basically the clickable buttons. And we're going to say margin of 2.5 rems and just set the cursor to be pointer. So that's it. That's all the styles that we need. Feel free if you're doing this as a more advanced project to make it look better, and I'd love to see your examples if you do come up with something that looks better than what I had. But over in the script file, in the starter files, you'll find this data available for you already. I've included the data structure for us to get going rather than me typing out all of this during the project. So this will be a good starting point for you if you want to follow along with the project. But as you can see, what we had in the table a moment ago, we had an ID column, a title with the product name, price, whether it's in stock, and also the category. So I've just tried to include a few different data types in there just to show you some of the caveats and the way that this sorting is going to work. So let's close that down now just by clicking the arrow up here. So we're now going to create 3 or 4 different functions to actually create the markup for the table, and then we'll move on to looking at the sorting after that. So the first function is going to be kind of like our main function that we'll use to actually render the table data into the document. So we'll call that render table, and it's going to take in some product data. And this will be the data array that we've got up here that we saw a moment ago to initially render the table. But we first want to actually get the element. So we'll say sortable table element is equal to document.get element by ID, and then that was the ID of this table here. The div that we've just created here. And so that is where we're going to insert all of our markup into. But first what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset this table each time. So I'm going to set its inner HTML value to be nothing, an empty string, and that will just ensure that the table is drawn each time and we're not appending more and more rows to the table. There are other ways you can do this, but just to demonstrate, this is a quick and easy way to just remove any HTML that's inside of that div element. And then the next thing we're going to say for the sortable table element, we're going to append a child to it, and this will be the result of another function that we're about to create in just a second called create table. And this is going to take that product data argument that's been passed into this function. So that's all that render table function is actually doing. It's just resetting the sortable table and then recreating it with this create table function, which we're going to create now. So let's put that function up here. So we'll say const create table is equal to, we're going to accept the product data as an argument into this function as well. Now essentially we want 3 parts to our table. We want the table HTML element itself, and then inside that we want the table heading and also the table body, because we want to manipulate those two elements independently. So let's first of all create a table element, and we're going to use document.create element for that, and pass it in the string of table. And then we want a table head as well, so we're going to say table head element. Actually, just call it table head, it's a bit neater. And we'll say document.create element, and thead is the tag that we want. And then finally, one last time, instead of head this time, we want body. And let's change this to tbody. So those are the three parts to our table. And so essentially we're going to create a row for the table head and insert that into table head. And then we're going to create all of the rows based on the data that's been passed in and insert that into the body. So we need to work out what the column names are, and we can do that either by specifying them manually as strings and providing them as a separate argument to this create table function. But one thing we can do is look at the objects that are inside this data array and work out what the keys are and use those as the column names. So this really depends on you having all of the objects in the data array to have the same keys, because otherwise we're going to get different results. But also, if you've got different data types in there or different objects with different keys, then we're probably going to have problems later on rendering the rows anyway. So we're going to take that approach in this example, and it does make this function more flexible and more reusable because we can just change the data that's in the data array and everything should change. So to get those headers, those column names, I'm going to create a new variable called headers, and I'm just going to use the object keys function and basically take one of the items from the product data array, which can be the first one, and that will basically give us an array of strings which will represent each of the keys, which we can then use as columns. So the table head element, what we're going to do is we're going to call the append child function, and we're going to pass that the result of another function that we're going to create, which we're going to call create header row. And then we're going to pass into that function the headers array that we've just created. So we'll take a little sidestep now and create that function so that it kind of makes sense as to what we're doing. And this function is really important because we'll be using this to add in our sorting a bit later on. But we're going to say this function is called create header row, and we're passing in that array of strings, those column names, to generate each of the columns in the table head element. So we're going to start off by creating a tr element, so a table row element for the head, and then for the column names that have been passed in, we're going to loop through each one of those. So for each one of these columns, we're going to generate a th cell and then append that onto this row that we've got. So we're going to create a th, and that's going to be document.create element th, and then we're going to set the text content of this th cell. So this will be the column name itself. So we've already got that provided as an argument to the function, and we can pick it out from this for each that we're looping through here at the moment. But you notice that all of the actual keys that we've got in the objects are all lowercase. So we'll take these key string values and just title case them, making the first letter uppercase. So we'll take the first item in the string and set it to be uppercase. And then we'll just add on the rest of the column name by slicing it at position 1. That's a common technique in JavaScript if you want to title case or uppercase the first letter of a word. So at this point, we're not going to do the sorting, but we can actually put in the icons so that we can see them appearing in the th cell when it's added to the document. So we're going to create two new elements here as well. So we're going to have a search up element, and that's going to be the result of document.create element span. I'm going to have another one here as well, which is search down, and I'll just set the search up text content to be equal to the up arrow. And in a similar way for search down, we're just going to have a down arrow. So those are all of the elements and the text created for the th cell. We just need to add them all together and then add it onto the actual tr that's going to be generated from this function. So for the th element, we want to append onto that the search. Let's put the search down arrow first, the search down button. And then the other thing we want to put in there is the search up arrow or icon. And then for the tr that we've created, that's the row that we created right at the top of this function. We're just going to append onto that the th element. And we're actually calling this function and returning the row for the header. So we just need to make sure that we return that tr element from this function. So there's a fair amount going on in there, and you can see how that makes this function appear a lot more simple because we've taken all the complexities of creating the header row and just wrapped it up into this nice function which is being appended onto the table head. We should probably check that this is all actually working before we go any further. So let's actually return from this the table element, and we need to make sure that the table element is getting the head as well. So we'll say table element append child table head, and we just need to call at the bottom of our JavaScript file here the render table function, and we need to make sure we're passing in the data array that we want to display in the table. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. We've got our table header at the top there, and we've got our buttons that we can click on, but obviously nothing working there at the moment. Before we implement the searching, let's actually render all of the data into the table body. So we're going to do a similar thing here. We're going to say for all the product data, for each item that's inside of the array, we're going to loop through that. And we've got the row data for each of those items in the array. And what we're going to do for the table body element that we've created is just append onto that the result of yet another function, which is create product row. And we'll pass into that the row data. So this create product row function is kind of doing the same thing as the create header row function, but it's a little simpler. So we're going to create that, and it's going to receive a product, which is basically that row data argument that's been passed in. And we're going to create another row because we want to have rows in our table data. So we're going to create an element of tr. And then this time, instead of looping through the column names, we've got the actual product item itself, which is one of the objects in the array. So we're not really worried too much about the keys in this instance because that's only used for the header. We're interested in the values of each of those object properties. So what we can say is object values is used to get all of the values and forget about the keys in the object. Pass that the product that's been passed in. And so for each of those values, what we want to do is create a TD, a table cell. Let's create element TD. And that TD will set the text content of that equal to the value. And then for the tr that we've got in this function, we're just going to append the child of the TD, the cell to that table row. And then ultimately this function just returns that table row element. Okay, so now in this loop up here, we should be creating all of the product rows, but you can't see them on the page at the moment. And that's just because the table body hasn't been appended to the table element. So we'll say table element dot append child, and then table body. And now you can see on the page that the function is running for each of the data items in the array, and then we're getting all of the different things being displayed in our table. So now we're in a position where we can move on to the sorting, because although we've got the data in there, you can see that the buttons don't do anything. So we're going to set up some click events for those, but we're going to pass it a specific function to do the sorting. So we'll create that function first, and then we'll return to the header row function to add in the click events. So let's come down here and create a new function called sort data by. And this is going to have two arguments. So we're going to sort the data by a particular column. So the first argument is going to be the column name. And we also need to know which direction to go in. Is it ascending or descending, so up or down? So we're going to pass in another argument to that called direction. And then what I'm going to do in this function is do a sort for both directions, for both ascending and descending, just to demonstrate how that's done. And then we'll pick one of those depending on what the direction argument has been set to. So you may come across sorting before in JavaScript. And the sort function is great, but it's a bit funny in that it does actually modify the array that you call it on. So we're going to actually create a new array and put it into this sorted ascending data. And a simple way to do that with JavaScript is to use the three dots or the spread operator. And then we're in a position then where we can call data.sort, and that takes a function which has arguments of A and B. You can call it anything you like, but A and B is nice and short because we're limited on space here. So A and B are going to be the objects in the array, and so we need to work out which column we're sorting on, and luckily we've passed that in as an argument. So we can access A's column name and also B's column name. And then we're going to do a comparison between these two values. So we're going to say if A column name is bigger than B column name, then what we want to do is return a value of 1. So I'm just going to use a ternary operator here. And if it's not, I'm going to return a value of -1. So in a nutshell, what we're doing with this sort statement here is basically saying we're taking the column name that's been provided. Let's say it's ID, if we've clicked on that button. Then we're going to loop through all of the items in the array and sort them in an ascending order, so from 1 to 10. And that's done by comparing those two values. Now, there is a couple of things to be aware of, which I'll show you in a second when we've got this up and running. But this is a quick and easy way to do sorting in JavaScript. So we're going to copy that variable of sorted ascending data, and we want to create another one called sorting descending data. So again, this is just to demonstrate how to do ascending and descending with JavaScript. And all we need to do is flip this comparison operator to say that it's less than this value, and that should give us everything in a descending order with the largest numbers first. So we've got these two arrays of sorted data, but how do we actually put these back into the table? Well, if you remember right at the start of our JavaScript code here, we created this render table function. And one of the reasons we did that was to reset the table and to render whatever data has been passed into it. And that's exactly what we've got in these two variables. We've either got the sorted ascending or sorted descending. And so we can just pass that to the render table function, and it should re-render the table with all of that data. So let's call that render table function here. And we're going to make a decision as to which variable to use based on the value that's been passed into direction. So if it's ascending, if the string of ASC has been passed in, we're going to pass to render the sorted ascending data. But if not, we'll say we're going to pass the sorted descending data. Okay, so that is our sorting function done. And what we need to do now is when we click on one of the buttons in the columns, we want to call this function. So that is pretty easy to do. We just need to go back into our create header row function. And here we've got access to both the search up and search down buttons that you can see in each column. So for the search up column, we're going to set up a click event listener using search on click. And that's basically going to call the sort data by function. And we just pass in the column name because that will be provided to us in this function for each of the table headings that we're creating. And going up, we want ascending. And then for search down, for the down arrow, we're just going to sort in a descending manner. Again, another demonstration of how creating a function makes things reusable and makes your code a lot neater. But if we reload the page, we should find that we're good to go now with this. So clicking the down arrow on ID, we can see that we get the last item first, number 10. And if we do price, so we get the cheapest thing first with the most expensive at the bottom, and vice versa if we do the top one. But you'll notice that the titles just don't seem to work. H and then I and then M, that seems to be in the right order, but then your iPhones here at the bottom are just in a completely different order. And that's because the I is lowercase in the iPhone, so it's actually higher up, or JavaScript considers it's higher up in the alphabet than the uppercase things. So you can see it doesn't really give us the kind of consistent approach that we might be looking for. So we'd probably want to add in some extra sort handling into those functions to maybe make strings lowercase or something like that to make sure that everything is sorted correctly. So that's just another example of how you can write small JavaScript functions and then bring them all together to create a complete app. And in the next project, we're going to be doing something similar, but we'll be using JavaScript classes to actually group all of the related functions together and then kind of packaging them up in a reusable class that can then be distributed and reused. So in this project, we're going to be building a shopping list app, which basically allows the user to type in some text, stores it in a data structure, and then persists it into local storage. And the reason this project is different from the previous ones that we've done is because we're going to be using JavaScript classes. And I'll explain a little bit more about why that's important as we go through the code. But let's have a quick look at the project itself. So we've got this markup on the page, which gives us the shopping list, and we can type things in and add them into the shopping list. Let's just add something else as well. So we've got apples and bananas, and as we add more items in, the list grows, and we can actually remove things from the array as well. And just refreshing the page, the shopping list actually remembers what is in there already, so we can load in from local storage and also remove things and keep up to date with the shopping list items that we need. So pretty cool as an app on its own, but we're going to be using a JavaScript class to create an object for our shopping list, which can then be reused elsewhere, and it can even be used with different HTML markup as well. So let's go over to our start files and make a start on the project. So with this project, we're actually going to start off with the markup. We're not going to be creating all of the markup with our JavaScript code as we have done before and just mounting it into a root div container. We're going to provide some markup on the page which allows us to be flexible in how the shopping list is displayed. And all of the data processing is handled in the JavaScript, which you'll see shortly. So let's create a div here, and we'll give it an ID of shopping list. And I'm going to put a heading level 1 tag in there. Let's try that again. Heading level 1, and we'll say shopping list. And what I'm going to do is actually provide in the markup an unordered list. And I will give that element an ID as well. And I'll just say it's got an ID of shopping list items. And I'm not going to put any list items in there. They will actually be dynamically generated via the JavaScript, but we do want to provide a form for the user to fill out. So I'm going to create another div here and just give that a class so we can target it with our CSS. And I'll call that add item section. And then inside of the div, we've got two things. We've got an input field, and I will give that a specific ID as well. So I'll say new item text. And of course, we need some kind of button. And I'll give that an ID of just add item, and then put the text of add inside there, and that's our markup. So simple H1 element and an input field and an add button. So although that doesn't look great, that has all the functionality that we need, and just in between there is the unordered list, which is currently empty, but we'll populate that with the items via JavaScript. So that's all we're going to do for our markup. I'm actually going to leave the styles for the moment. We'll work on the functionality and then we'll come back and actually style it towards the end of the project. So let's head on over now to our JavaScript file. So we're going to be using a class here, and this is going to be really great for grouping all of our related functions together. And in previous tutorials, we've created very small little specific functions to do specific jobs and then brought them all together to make the final app. So with the class, we're just going to kind of have all of these functions within inside the class, and they can talk to each other and refer to the data that's inside of the object that's created. So to create a class in JavaScript, we say class, and then we give it a name. So I'm going to call this one shopping list. And you get a special constructor function here, and in this constructor function we can pass in arguments when we're creating a new shopping list object. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be creating a variable down here called my shopping list, and we'll use the new keyword to create a new shopping list object, And anything that we pass into the parentheses here can be considered as arguments that get passed into the constructor here. So what sort of things do we want to have in our constructor? Well, we want to make this reusable, so I'm going to pass in the selectors for the elements that are going to be relevant on the page. So the first thing is we want to have the shopping items selector, so that will be the unordered list that we're going to be populating with shopping items. And I want to have the add item button selector, and also the new item text selector. So this is the input field basically. Let me spread these onto different lines so you can see them all. And finally, I'm going to provide a key for our local storage. So this is the key to refer to where the data, the shopping list items are being stored. So I'm just going to say the storage key. So this is an option we can pass in the call to new shopping list down here. But we can also set default values as well. So I'm just going to say the storage key is shopping list. And now we don't need to provide that as an argument. So what this means is when we're creating a new shopping list object from the class, we can pass in a selector to select something on the page that will represent the place where we're going to actually insert elements and where the button is and so forth like that. So we're going to create a new shopping list object and pass in for the item selector the shopping list items ID, which if you remember from our HTML a moment ago, that is the ID for the unordered list. And then the next thing we want to pass in is the add item button selector. So that would be this ID down here. So we'll just, in our call to new shopping list, pass in hash and add item. And then finally, the other thing that we need is the new item selector. So we can get the text of what the user's typing in, and that has the ID of new item text. So in here we can say hash new item text, and because the storage key is set by default, I won't bother providing that in the new object that we're creating. So once we've got those values being passed into the constructor, we need to set them as part of the object, and we can do that using the this keyword. So for example, if we wanted to make the storage key value available throughout the rest of the class, we would say this.storage key is equal to storage key. And the names don't need to match, but it helps to keep everything making sense. So we've got this.storage key is equal to storage key. What we want to do is take the selectors that are passed in and actually get the elements that these refer to on the page, because we don't just want to keep track of the selectors, we want to actually get the elements so that we can work with them. So we'll say this.items element is equal to document.query selector, and then we'll just use items selector. And using query selector here is really powerful, because then we can provide any type of selector, whereas if we'd used get element by ID, it kind of limits our flexibility a little bit. And then we're going to have this.add item button element, again is equal to document.query selector and items selector. And then we'll have the new item text element is equal to document.query selector and then new item text selector. So that just sets up the three elements on our class and makes them available throughout the rest of the class using the this keyword. So there's a couple of other things that we want to do here. The first thing is we want to get the items from local storage if it's available. So what we're going to do, as we did in the previous tutorial, is try to parse from local storage, and we're going to get the item, and instead of using a specific string, we can use the storage key that's been passed in. So we could say this.storage key, but if that's not available, if there's nothing in there, if it comes back null, we'll just set that as an empty array. And this is quite useful because it's just initializing items as an empty array if there's nothing in local storage. So I've just noticed that this argument, this add item button selector, is complaining, saying it's not used anywhere, and I've probably forgotten to use it. So here on this line for add item button element, instead of item selector, that should be add item button selector. So that's a little bug caught just before it appears. Okay, so what we're going to look at now is creating a function to render the shopping list items to the unordered list. So this is going to involve, first of all, grabbing the items element, which we've already defined on the class. So that will be the unordered list that's been selected already, and set its inner HTML property to be an empty string, just to reset anything that's in there. And what we're going to do is say if this.items.length is equal to 0, what we're going to do is just create an item in the list that just says there's no items in there. So we're going to say item element is equal to document.create element list item, and item element.text content is equal to no items. And then what we want to do is append this onto the unordered list. And again, we've got access to that from the this items element variable on the class. So we'll just say append child that item element it's called. So we can actually test that out and make sure that's working. So we've got the object already being created down here, hopefully with the right selectors. So what we can do with that item, we can call the render items function from outside of the class on the object that's created. And you can see we're getting that element in there saying no items. So we can see that's working. We can see the class is being set up and the object's being created. And obviously the render items function is doing what it's supposed to do so far. But we don't want it to just show us that message. We want it to loop through all of the items, if there are any in there, and then display them in the list. I've just noticed another typo there, so let's fix that before that causes us any problems. Okay, so what we're going to do is go through all of the items on the class. So we've got access to this.items, which, if you remember, was either parsed out of local storage or it's an empty array. And so this.items dot for each, so we're going to loop through each one. We want to get the item, and we also want to get the index position of that as well. Okay, so we're going to create a list item for each of the items in the array. So I'm going to say the item element is equal to document.create element, and it's a list item. And the item element.text content is equal to the item, because all we're going to be storing in there is basically a list of strings. So item will be a string at this point. And what we're also going to do while we're here is create a remove element button, because we want to have the ability to remove this. So we don't want remove, we just want remove element. And that is going to be a span, which we'll just put some text inside. So the remove element dot text content is going to be equal to remove. And again, while we're here, we'll just make sure that this has got the right class. This is a dynamic element that we're inserting, so we're going to need to provide any styling via a class or some inline styles here. So we'll say remove item is the class name for that. And we will set up an event listener, an on-click event listener here. I'm just going to leave that blank for the moment because we'll come back to working with that in just a second. But the item element needs to have that remove element applied to it too. And then finally, once we've kind of constructed this list item, we need to append it onto the unordered list, which, again, going back to our constructor, is the items element, which we defined up here. So we can say this.items element, and then we're going to append the item element that we've just created in this function. So we're still seeing the no items at the moment, and that's because we haven't actually put anything into the shopping list because we don't have that functionality yet. But what we could do is just provide some default values in here. And you can see we've got apples and oranges appearing, and we've also got that span that's got the remove link, or it will be a link, to remove the item later on. So that is actually working, but we need to do a few more things before we're up and running. So we've got the render items function working pretty well. Let's have a look at how we can add items to the list and remove items to from the list. So outside of this render function. Let's just close that down for a moment. On the class, we're going to create a function called addItem, and in there there'll be a string that we pass in, which is the new item that we want to add. So how do we add a new item to our array? Well, it's simply a case of saying this.items push, because that's an array, and push on the new item. That's all we need to do, really. That's fairly straightforward, and we can call that function when we're ready to, when we've set up the event listener for the add button. But let's create the other functions that we need as well. So I'm going to remove an item from the array at a specific position. So what we're going to do with this function is we're going to pass an index position of where to actually remove that item. So we're not going to match on text or anything like that. It's just going to be the position in the array of the item that we want to remove. And so what we're going to do is update the value of this.items to be this.items.filter, and we're going to call the filter function for each item. I want to know the index position of each of those items in the array as we loop through. And what we're going to do is keep everything in the array apart from the item that's at the specific index that's been provided in the function argument. So we'll say if the index to remove does not equal the item index, then we keep the item in the array, but if not, we discard it. So it should just remove that one item. You could use splice or slice or something like that as well, and they'll do equally the same thing. So it should be index, not item index there. And the final function that we're going to need on our class is just to store the information into local storage. So this is just a simple case of calling the setItem function on local storage. So we know the items that has been put into the object because it's stored in this.items. So we can just say local storage.setItem. And again, we don't need to hard code the storage key because it's set up on the object. It's in this.storage key. And then we're going to stringify because local storage can't handle an array on its own. It needs to be put into a string, this.items. So now we've got these other functions available to us, we're in a position to finish off the rest of the functionality. And the first thing we can do is actually remove items quite easily. We've set up the onClick event for these buttons here, they're little spans. So what we're going to do is first of all remove the item, re-render the list items, and then finally store what we've got into local storage. So we'll say this.remove item at. So how do we know which position to actually remove this at? So we've got access to the position that this item is in the array from the for each in this index variable here, and that's exactly what the remove item at requires. It just needs to know what position the item's at. So we'll just pass in index there, and then we can say this.render items to re-render the list of items, and finally we'll store that into local storage as well. And what we should find is if we click on one of these remove text labels here, let's go for apples, you can see that the item is removed, and if I do refresh the page it doesn't come back because now we're pulling it in from local storage because we stored those items there. Let's just test it out again by removing oranges as well, so we go down to no items, and of course refreshing the page is pulling in an empty array from local storage. So the only thing to finish off in the project now is to actually fill in the text box here, click the add button and add a new item into the array. We've got the function for that already, but we need to set up the event listener for the add button. And one thing you can do here is to create a kind of setup function so that when the object is created, the shopping list object's created from the class, then we can kind of do a bit of setup like any event listeners that we might want to configure. So what I'm going to do is say this.initialize, and that's a function that we're going to create on the class. And this has got any related code that we want to call when the object is created. So really what we want to do is first of all set up an event listener. So we'll say this.addItem button element .add event listener. We click. So this is the add button as been selected by the constructor call that we've got above. So when we click that add button, what we want to do is actually find out what the value is from the field here, which again is set up on this. So we'll just create a temporary variable here, which is a call to this new item text element, which is the text field, and we'll just grab its value. And once we've got that, we can just then call the function that's on the class, this.addItem, which expects the new item string, which is going to be stored in value. And one thing we could do here as well is from the new text element, we could just make sure that it's reset to an empty string, reset its value so that it clears whatever's been typed into the box, so that it looks like that's worked. And then we're going to call this.renderItems to update the list. And then finally this.store items to make sure the new item is actually updated in local storage. Okay, so we've got no items in there at the moment. Let's try adding something in there. We can click add, and we've got apples, bananas. So we're adding items into the list, and hopefully the remove button should still work, which it does. So now we've got the functionality to add items into the list and also remove them. So to wrap this up, let's actually do some styling for the project. So I'm going to do a couple of things here. First of all, I'm going to set the box sizing to be border box, so our padding and margins line up. And I'm also going to set the font family to be something different. Let's go with Lucida Sans. And then let's target the shopping list. I'm going to set it to be width of 300 pixels. Let's center it a little bit. So margin of 0 and auto. Let's set up a border radius of 0.5 rem. And we'll also put some padding inside of it. And finally some box shadow with a dark grey colour. Next, let's target the shopping list items and remove any margin on those. So this is the unordered list, obviously. Just bring those in. And we'll set the list style type to be none, just to remove the bullet points. Then inside of that unordered list, let's target the list items themselves. We'll set the padding to be 0.5 rem. I'm going to set the display to be flex because we've got the remove span that we want to push to the other side of the item. So we'll say justify content is space between. And align items is center. Let's just add one in there so we can see what's happening. There we go. So we've got apples on the left and the remove is on the right hand side. And let's actually add another one in. So one thing we had in the original demo is to say for the list items, for every nth child, we can target the even items in the list. Let's just set the background color to be something different, such as Alice Blue. And let's now target the button and the text input field. So we've got the add item section. Let's make sure the width of that is 100%. Let's put a bit of margin on the top to push it away from the list items so we can separate them. And for the add item section, we're going to target the input and also the button that's inside of there. That's the only two elements. We're going to set the width of those to both be 100%, so they stack on top of each other. Padding of 0.5 rem, and just put a bit of margin on them as well. And then finally, the add item section button is going to have a background color, and choose whichever color you like. I think I had an orange red in the original demo. Set the color of the text to be white and the border to be 0. And we'll just want to differentiate that text for the remove button as well, make it look like a link. So the remove item class that we added to it, we'll set the font size to be 0.5 rem, the cursor to be pointer, and also the color. We'll just set that as a standard blue color. So there you go, there's all the styling for us, and hopefully all of these links should still work, which they do. So hopefully you've seen how you can use a JavaScript class here to group the related functions for the project together, and how they can all access the data that's set up on the object, and they can kind of talk to each other. And this works really well when you've got kind of static data such as local storage, because there's no waiting around. We can just access that data instantly. But you can run into problems when you've got asynchronous code running, and that's what we're going to look at in the next project: how to use promises and asynchronous code in JavaScript. So this next project is a little bit different, and it's going to bring down the complexity a little bit of what we're writing, but also it'll introduce you to a new concept, and that is the asynchronous nature of JavaScript code. So if you don't know what asynchronous means, that's fine. We're going to look into some examples, and we're going to be making this kind of car racing app. I say app, it's not much of an app, but essentially we've got two images of a car, and refreshing the page essentially blanks it out, and then you'll find that the cars are placed into a random order, but you'll kind of notice that they get placed onto the page at a random time. So if I just refresh it a few times, you can see the red one appeared straight away there, and then the yellow one comes a few seconds later. And you might notice these values in the console here. That's the actual value that in seconds or milliseconds that we're waiting before we add those items onto the page. So this is all to do with asynchronous behavior, which basically means that you can't rely on something in JavaScript happening straight away. Because we're working in a web browser, there might be a network request or something happening that takes a little bit of time, and you don't really know when it's going to finish, because they can finish at different times. So we're going to look in this project about how to deal with that sort of code, and the main thing that we'll be looking at is promises. So this is what we'll be building. Let's go over to our starter files to get set up with this project. So we're going to be placing those cars in the order that they appear into an element on the page, and I'm just going to create a div with an ID of race. And there's limited styling in this, but we'll go over into the styles.css just to add a few bits and pieces. So we're going to say the display of that race div element is set as flex, and the items are centered, and also just set the font family inside of that to be sans serif. And we've got a div inside of there which will contain the image and the text to let us know which position we're in. So we'll say text align center. And also the image itself, let's just stop that from being too large to be 200 pixels, and a display of block. So the images that we are going to be using in the project are inside of the starter files. So if you do want to go and use these ones, but you can use any image, it doesn't matter. You might have your own that you want to use. But the image isn't really that important. It's more to do with the way they appear on the page. So let's head on over to the JavaScript file and start to work with promises. So I'm going to create a function here which actually is going to return a promise. And the reason I'm creating a function here is because I want to provide some arguments to customize the way that this promise behaves. And what we're going to say is we just want to know what the car number is, and also the maximum time that it could take for it to appear, or to complete the race, I guess, if you will. And from this function, we're going to return a new promise. So we're creating a new promise object, and when we create a promise object, it expects a function inside of the parentheses here for the constructor. And basically, we have two functions that go inside of the function, and the first one is called resolve, and the second is reject. You can rename them if you like, but it's good to keep it with the same naming convention so people can understand which function you're referring to. And so we're going to return this promise from this function, and the promise can take a certain amount of time to complete. So if you imagine this was retrieving some data from somewhere, we don't know how long it's going to take, but when it does finish doing what it's got to do, it would call the resolve function, and then you can continue with the rest of the code that you want to do once the promise is finished. And if there are any errors, then you can call the reject function, which we're not going to do in this example, so we're just going to make use of the resolve function. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to just wait a random amount of time. So there's no trickery in who wins the race here. It's just a random timeout that we're going to wait for. So let's generate a random time value here. So we'll say math.floor, and wrap math.random in that. And we're just going to go for a random number up until the max time. But we want this in milliseconds because we're going to be applying this to a set timeout function. So this will give us a number between 0 and 5,000. And of course, this can be specified in the function call as well. So we can specify a different maximum time if we want to. So just to show you that number is being generated, we're going to log that out to the console. And then what we'll do, before we call the resolve function, we're just going to set a timeout so that we wait a random amount of time before we call this resolve function, and the promise can then continue. So we'll say set timeout and wrap inside there a function, and we can actually pass back a value that can be then used later on in our JavaScript code. So I'm going to resolve with the car number that has been passed into this function. So we need to make sure that the set timeout is waiting the random amount of time. So what's going to happen if we use this function, we're going to return a promise that is going to wait between 0 and 5 seconds, and then it will return back the car number that was passed into the function originally. So to use this function, we simply call it in the same way that we would with a normal function. So we'll say car start, and we'll pass in the value of 1. And when the promise returns, when it resolves with a car number, we need to access that value that's returned. But we don't assign it into a variable like you'd think, which might be something like this, like car equals that. That will actually just give us the promise. What we need to do is access a special property on the promise, which is called then. And it's kind of like saying this is the next thing that will happen after the resolve has been called. And inside of this then function, we can then access the result, which in this case will be the car number that's been passed back here. And we can just maybe log that out to the console as well, just to see that happening. And we should find if we run the code now, we should see in the console, first of all, the random time being logged out. And then depending on how long that is, after that time, we should see the result coming through too. So we've got 4 seconds, so 3, 2, 1, and then you can see the value of 1 is being passed back. So that's the idea of a promise. It kind of waits for a certain amount of time for a job to be done, and then it gives you back the result, which you can access inside of the then block. So we could just repeat this again for car number 2. So we'll say car start 1, and then car start 2. And we should see that information duplicated in there. So we've got the first car waited 1 second, and then the second car was 4 seconds. So in this case, the first one would have won. It's the idea behind this project and what we saw at the start. But of course, we don't just want to log stuff out to the console. We want to update our user interface. So that's pretty straightforward. What we want to do is just create a couple of functions up here. What we want to do is just create a function here to update the UI or the display. And what that's going to do is, first of all, get the race element and document.get element by ID. So that was the div on the page that had the ID of race. Now we're just going to go through that and remove any car data or any HTML data that was in there from previous runs. And we want to keep track of which car came first and second. So we need some way of kind of keeping track of that order. And you can't really access these then properties in other functions unless you were to kind of group them all together. But an easy way to do it for this example is just to have a variable outside of these functions called cars order. And then what we'll do inside of here, when the promise is resolved, we'll say cars order dot push and then the result, which will be the number of the car that finished. And we can do the same thing down here as well. And now what we can do in this function is loop through the cars order and just print them out onto the page. So we'll do that here. So we'll say cars order dot for each of those, and want the ID, which is basically the result of what's in the array. We'll also get the index position as well, because we're going to use that to say whether they were first or second. And rather than creating a load of elements here, we'll just use inner HTML to update the display. So we'll say the race element dot inner HTML gets appended a div, and then we have an image which has a source of car dash and then the ID, the string that was in the cars array, .png, which you'll see is what we've got here in our files, in our starter files. And then the other thing we want is a span with hash and then the position. So this is the index position in the array, but obviously we want to add 1 to that because it'll be starting at 0. Let's be something place. And then just make sure we close the div here as well. I think I haven't closed those quotes there. That's it. Okay, so we've got a function now that updates the user interface, it updates the display, but we need to call it. So we could just call the update display function directly inside of this then block here, but just to demonstrate that you can chain these then functions on top of each other. So we could just say then update the display like this. And what we should find now is when those car results come through, that they're going to update the page with whichever car came first. So I'm looking here and I'm thinking that car 1 took 4 seconds, which is actually second place. So the car 1 must be the yellow Ferrari. So let's just refresh the page and see if we get a different result. Yeah, so car 1 came in first this time, and car 2 took 4 seconds and it came in second. So that's just a quick example of how you can use promises to deal with asynchronous code in your JavaScript projects. Let's take a look at another project that deals with promises in a bit more detail. Okay, so in this project we're going to load an image, which doesn't sound like much in itself, but we're going to be utilising promises to load a really large image and let the user know when it's completed. So on the page at the moment we've got this lovely image of a lavender field, I believe it is. And you can see that the browser's loaded the image fine, but if we actually refresh the page, what happens when it loads is we just get an alert to let us know that the image has actually been loaded. And the reason for that is because we're actually loading this image asynchronously, and then we get this notification complete when the promise has actually finished. So if you remember back to the previous project, we had a promise that completed after a certain time, and this one is going to complete when it's loaded a really large image, because this actual image is around 2.5 megabytes in total. So this works instantaneously when I run it locally because we're just reading it straight off the disk. There's no latency involved in that. But if this was over a network, it would obviously take a long time to download 2.5 megabytes depending on your connection. And we can simulate that here in Chrome's DevTools by actually setting our connection to be slow 3G. And if I refresh the page now, you can see it's starting to spin away, and we don't get that notification instantly. And in just a second you should see we're starting to pull the data down for that image. So at this point the promise has been created, but we're just waiting for it to resolve. We might be waiting quite a long time on a slow 3G. Let's change it to fast 3G. Hopefully that will speed it up. And now you can see we're loading pretty much halfway there, 1.8 megs. And once the image is loaded, we should see that alert pop up in the browser as we do. And that lets us know that the promise is finished and the image is loaded. And if we click OK, it should be then rendered to the page. So although we wouldn't alert the user to let them know that an image is loaded, we can use this to maybe update our display once an image has been downloaded, if it's particularly large, or do some other things within our app code. But the point here really is that we've got a practical application for promises. So let's go to our starter files and get started with this project. So the first thing we're going to do on our page is just create a div, and this is our container for where we're going to insert the image. There's not a lot going on in the markup here, and we're not actually going to create any styles for this at all. It's all going to be done in the JavaScript code. We're not styling the image once it's loaded. So let's head on over now to the script file for our JavaScript. And in a similar way to our previous project, we're going to create a function, and this function is just going to be called image load. And it's going to take in one parameter, which is the URL or the name of the file that we want to load. This will work with any asset that's hosted elsewhere, but we've just got a file in our starter files directory called large-image.jpg, and that's the one that we're going to be loading locally. So this function is actually going to return a new promise, and we've already seen that promises have a function inside of that which get access to additional functions of resolve and reject. So resolve being when the action has been completed, and reject if something's gone wrong. And what we're going to do to open the file or to open that image is to create a new XML HTTP request object, which isn't something that's commonly done nowadays, but it does really illustrate the point of how we can wrap code like this up in a promise. So we're going to create a new variable called request, and that is a new XML HTTP request object. So for that request, we're actually going to open the URL or the file name that we've passed into this function, and we'll set that as a get request. And then the request is also going to be the response type. We're going to set that as blob, because we're actually retrieving a binary object file in this sense in the image, and it's not JSON or anything like that. And then what we're going to do for the request object is access an onload property, which essentially is what happens once the request is finished. So we'll say request.onload is equal to a function, and inside of that we're going to check the status and check if it's a good status comeback. So if you know your HTTP status codes, 200 will mean it's been a good response. In other words, we've retrieved the file successfully. So if that's the case, what we can do is just resolve at this point and send back the response that's come from the request, which will actually be the binary file, which is the image. However, if we don't have a good response, if we don't get a 200 status back, we're going to reject. So this time we're actually going to send back an error if this doesn't work properly. And we're going to say the error that we're sending back is the image didn't load successfully. And what we'll do is put an error code, or it's more likely error text actually. And this is from the request, and it's the status text. Oops, just close that template literal there. So just to review that, when the actual request has completed, when we've attempted to retrieve the file, if that was good, if we did retrieve the file, we're going to send a good response back from the promise by resolve. But if something goes wrong, in other words, if the status isn't 200, then we're going to send back a rejection, and then we'll send back this error message. There are general network errors that can occur when we're just using the XML HTTP request object, so we can access those as well, or catch those on the request object by accessing the onError property. And again, that can be a function that we'll assign to it, and we can utilize the promise reject function again and just send back an error saying there was a network error. So in order to trigger off this asynchronous action of retrieving this image, at the bottom of this function we just call request.send, and that just triggers the sending of the request to the URL, or in our case the file. So that's our promise created and saved in the function for image load, so we can use that to actually go and request a new image. And then once that promise has been returned, we can then either do some more work if it was a good request, or we can catch any errors and display some errors if something went wrong. So let's access the element that's in the document already, that image goes here div that we created, and then we can actually put the image inside of there. So const image goes here is equal to document.getElementById, and we called that div image goes here. And I'm going to create a new image tag, and I can do that with a convenience class here called image. So we can say new image, and we'll use that to actually create the element and then put that onto the page once the image is loaded. So we're going to call that function that gives us the promise. So we'll say image load, and then the name of the file was large-image.jpg. So once the promise has resolved, we can do some more work and access the result that the resolve function is giving to us from a call to the then function. And we get another function inside of there which we can access the value that resolve is giving us, and I'll store that in a variable called response. And I'm just going to use some JavaScript here to calculate the URL of the image so that we can set it as the source. So we'll say window.url.create object URL and pass it the binary object that's come back, which is the response. And then for that my image element that we've created just above, so my image, the source of that is going to be equal to the image URL that we've just generated. And of course, what we want to do is put that image into the image goes here div. So we'll say image goes here dot append child my image. And just to show what we had in the original demo, we're going to pop up an alert box just to kind of show that that's definitely loaded. And now hitting save should trigger that network request. You can see Chrome's going away and fetching the image. I'll just remove the throttling from Chrome here for the moment because it's going to take a while otherwise. And you can see we get that alert box coming up because the response for the image has been successful. We got a 200 response in the image load function, and then this block of code that's inside of the then function here is actually triggered. And of course we can see the image as well. So what happens if something goes wrong? What if we've tried to access an image that doesn't exist? So maybe we said large image.png, which obviously it doesn't exist. So if we hit save now, what we should find is that the image disappears for one, but we're actually getting some errors in the console, and we're not catching these errors at the moment, but you can see this is the error status that we specified up here in the reject function. So it's saying image didn't load successfully, and the error code is saying that it was not found. So we might want to do something if the image isn't found or something goes wrong with the promise and the network request itself. So what we can do when we're using a promise is utilize the catch property and the function that goes along with that, and then do something when the error occurs. So for example, we could just alert that error out to let the user know that we couldn't get that particular image. And you can see here we're getting the same code and message that we specified in the reject function of our promise, but this time instead of going straight to the console, it's just being put into that alert box. So you might use this to display a placeholder image if an image can't be found, but there might be some other reason why you want to alert the user that some resource couldn't be retrieved. But that's down to your individual project and what you're trying to achieve. So that's another example of using promises with a bit more of a practical application, and we saw how you can send back data and also send errors when things go wrong. In the next project, we're going to do something similar, but we're going to be using a third-party API service to actually fetch some data, which will again use promises, and then we're going to display that data to the user. So our next project is going to introduce us to the world of APIs and fetching JSON data, and hopefully the last few projects that we've done which have introduced us to asynchronous behavior in JavaScript and promises will get us set up and ready to work with this kind of techniques. So the project we've got is a simple Lorem Ipsum generator, but the text isn't actually being generated via our JavaScript. We're actually calling a third-party API, pulling in the data and then displaying it on our own page. And I'll talk a little bit more about the API in just a second, but just to give you a demo, there's a really simple form up here where we can specify how many paragraphs we want, click this Go button, and you can see we're getting all of this text data back, which as mentioned is not generated by us, it's coming from another website, another API somewhere else. And then we've just got a little button here to copy it to the clipboard if we want to do that. So this is a really common thing to do, to fetch data from your own API or someone else's API and then put some data on the page. So let's make a start with this project by going over to the starter files to give us a blank new template. And we'll start off with the HTML. There's not a lot of markup for this one, as you saw a moment ago. We're going to have a div with an ID, and we say that is Lorem Ipsum generator. And then we're just going to have a label for the paragraphs count. So we're going to create a text field in a second, and we'll call that paragraphs count. And we'll just say how many paragraphs do we want to retrieve here. And then the next thing we want is that input. We're going to set a minimum value on this. Probably minimum value of 1 makes sense because you don't want to retrieve no paragraphs. That wouldn't make any sense. And we'll actually set it as a type of number. Even though we do this, it will actually give us a string back in our JavaScript code still. So we'll need to convert it into a number as we have done before. And then let's just make sure this ID matches here, because that's what we're going to be referencing in the JavaScript. And then finally, we'll just have a button that says go, and we'll give that an ID. We'll just say it's get Lorem Ipsum. Just say go. There we go, and there's the markup for us. And then, as we've done in other projects, we're going to have a place on the page where we're going to mount or insert all of our HTML when it's generated. So for that, I'm going to still keep it in the same div of Lorem Ipsum generator, but I'm going to give this an ID of result. So this is where we're going to put all of the generated markup that we create once we've got the data from the API. So that's pretty much all we need for our markup. Let's go and put a few styles in here. This wasn't a heavy styles project, but just need to put a couple of things in here just to make things look okay. So Lorem Ipsum generator is the overall div. The font family is going to be sans serif, and we'll just set a bit of margin on this to push it away from the page. So the next thing we're going to target is the paragraphs count, and we'll set a width on there of 4 rem because we don't need a massive text box, just something to so we can see what paragraph number we've selected. And then for the result, what we're going to do is going to set a margin top of 1 rem, put some padding inside of there, again 1 rem. We're going to put a border around this, 1 pixel, a dashed and grey, and then just set the font size to be slightly smaller than everything else at 0.75 rem. And we'll set the position here to be relative. And the reason for that is we're going to be absolutely positioning that copy button when we insert it later on. So you can see we're getting that dotted border in there at the moment, and we've got the padding, so we probably don't really want to show that element until we've got some data to put in there. So what we'll do is we'll just set the display of it to be none by default, but we will create another class on top of result called show, which we'll use later on to set the element visible once we have got some data. And we might as well do this while we're here now. Let's set up the class for the copy button as well. So we're going to position that absolutely, and we'll put it in the top right hand corner. So just push it in a little bit from the edges by 2.5 rems, and just from the top by 2.5 rems. Remove the border because we'll be adding in a button. Text transform, just set that to be uppercase. Font size, 0.5 rem, and padding to be 0.25 rem on the top and bottom, and 0.5 rem on the left and right, and then cursor will be pointer. Oops. And then finally we'll just put in a hover class for the button as well. So copy hover, background color, and I think I had a blanched almond in the original demo. So we can't see that copy button at the moment, but we'll be adding it in once we've actually fetched some data from our API. So let's head on over to our JavaScript and actually code up the functions that will actually grab that data for us and then put it onto the page. So let's create a function that will do the job of fetching the data from the API. So I'm going to create a function called getLoremIpsum, and we're going to pass in one argument to this function, which will be the number of paragraphs that we want, which we'll work out from the input field that the user has filled out. And we're going to be using the fetch function. It's the fetch API, which is built into pretty much every modern browser. And this allows us to send a network request to a URL and actually grab some JSON data back. Very similar to what we've done in earlier projects where we had hard-coded arrays of data. This will give us the same sort of thing, but it's actually been retrieved from an API somewhere. So to use the fetch API, we call the fetch function. And the first thing that we need to do is pass in a string of where we're going to actually be sending this network request. So I've just copied to my clipboard the API that we're using, and it's this baconipsum.com. So this website provides an API that will give us some Lorem Ipsum text back, and there's a few parameters that we've provided to that. The first being the type of data that we want to get back, and then the second one is going to be the number of paragraphs that we want. So because we're in a template literal here, I can just grab the number of paragraphs variable and just insert it like so. So the fetch function actually returns us a promise. You can see there in Visual Studio Code that we're getting the type of promise come back. So going on from the previous projects that we've just done, you may recall that we can now access a then property, which gives us access to another function to do something once that actual network request has completed. So at this point, we're actually getting the data back, and we get this response object coming back from the fetch API, but it doesn't actually give us the JSON data at this point. So what we need to do is call another function, which is response.json, and this actually also returns us another promise, but it will give us that JSON data that's been given from the API. In fact, if I just copy this whole string into the browser here, we won't use the we'll put the paragraphs in manually. So say we wanted 2 paragraphs. This is what the type of data we're going to get back. It's just an array of JSON data, and there's just 2 strings in there that have got the Lorem Ipsum text. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get that data that's stored on that server there into our page and being displayed correctly. But as mentioned, to get that actual JSON data into a data structure, into a JavaScript array, we need to call this response.json function, but that will do the job of kind of converting the string into an array for us. So what we're going to say is once we've got that JSON data, so this will be a Lorem Ipsum text array, that array of strings. We're going to call a function called update result, and we're going to pass it the array that we get back from the API. So let's actually create this update result function, because otherwise this code is not going to do anything. So we're going to say create a new function called update result, which is going to receive that text array, which is coming from the API. And we're going to access the result element on the page, and we'll do that by doing a get element by ID for the result div, which, if you remember, was the div element that we put down here, where we're going to store all of our results when they come through. So let's first of all remove any previous HTML that may be in there from a previous call, and then the result dot inner HTML. We're actually going to take that text array. So this will be the array of strings that you can see on the page at the moment, and we're going to use a map function on that. And for each of the items in there, so each of those will be a paragraph to represent on the page. We're actually going to return a p tag with the paragraph. Oops, make sure I can spell this right. With the paragraph text inside it, and then we'll close that p tag. We could create our own elements using document.createElement, but it seems a bit excessive for this example, because we're not going to be doing anything with the markup once we're finished with it. If we were putting it into a table or something like that and we wanted to sort it again, then maybe that would be useful. But we'll just map it to a string and put it into .inner HTML. And to avoid getting any commas from that, when we put the array into inner HTML, we'll join it into one string with the join function. So that should be enough for us to get data and put it onto the page. Of course, we need an event listener on the add button to actually get this up and running. So just after we've created those functions, so let's, after those functions, get the Lorem Ipsum button. Get Lorem Ipsum button element, and that's going to be a call to document.getElementById. I've totally forgotten what we called that button now. It was, yeah, okay, so it's get Lorem Ipsum, so that's the ID. We'll pass that in here. And then we also need to know how many paragraphs we're generating as well. So we'll get the paragraphs count element, and that's get element by ID, and I think that was just called paragraphs count, which it was. So we'll pop that into here. And then with the button that we've got here, we want to set up an event listener. So we'll say add event listener for click events. Once we're in this event listener, we can now call the function that we created above here to get the Lorem Ipsum text. So we'll do that down here. And we need to know the number of paragraphs to get. So we're going to use a parseInt function because this paragraphs count element, even though it's set as a number, will give us a string back. So we'll say the paragraphs count element dot value, and that's the argument that we're going to pass to get Lorem Ipsum. And it might be nice just to reset this value to an empty string once that's done, so that you can choose a different value. But that is now set up for the button to fire the event listener for click events and call the get Lorem Ipsum function, which has got the job of fetching that data from the API, and then it also updates the text on the page. Oh, actually, one thing that we probably do need to do is in the update result function here, for that result element, probably what we want to do is add that class of show, because otherwise it will remain hidden. Okay, so let's go back to the project. So how many paragraphs do we want? Let's just go for 2. If we click go, actually let's open up the network tools. We should see that network request being made. If we click go now, so you can see the text is coming through. And if we look at the fetch stroke XHR requests, you can see that's the API request that we made. So here is the data that the API is returning, and then we're rendering it into that result div with our update result function. So that is our Lorem Ipsum text app set up. Let's just add in the copy button because we want to actually copy this to our clipboard. And there's a quick way to do this. We're actually going to create an element for it and then insert it into the result div. But we can't really do that in this update result function too easily because we're kind of overwriting all of the HTML each time. So I'll create a separate function for that. And it's basically going to be an add copy button. And then it'll just have some text there that we're going to actually put onto the clipboard. So again, we'll get the result element. And it'll be get element by ID result. And then we're going to create this copy button by creating a new element, which is a button. And then the copy button text content, we'll just set that to be copy. And the copy button class list, we created the class for that earlier, so we'll say it's copy2. And then we want to set up a click event listener for this. So we'll say copy button dot onClick is equal to a function. And we're going to use this navigator clipboard object that's available to us. And you should really kind of check whether the browser supports this, but I know it works okay in Chrome here. So just for ease of use, we're just going to access the navigator clipboard object directly. And there's a function called write text. And the text that's provided to this function up here is what we're going to write to the clipboard. And just as a nice to have as well, when that happens, when the click event is fired, we're going to set the text content of the button to be copied. And then we'll also set a timeout to change it back to just say copy. So we're going to run a function. After a certain number of seconds, we'll set the text of the copy button back to copy, and that'll be 2 seconds. So now when we have that click event fired, we'll write the text to the clipboard, update the text content of the copy button, and also set it back after 2 seconds. So this is why it's better to create a function and create the elements manually here, rather than trying to force it all into a string in your inner HTML. So the last thing to do with the result element is to append the copy button to it. And the styling should already be set up. We're going to call this function when we get to update result here. So we'll add the copy button, and that's just using the text array that's passed into this function, and we'll just join it into one big string. So this has got the advantage of not having all of the paragraph tags and all of the other HTML elements that we've put into the result element already. We've got access to that raw text, so we can just join it as one big string. So let's test that out. Let's go and generate 3 or 4 paragraphs here. We can see the copy buttons appearing, and if I just copy that to my clipboard, we can see it says copied, and it goes back to saying copy after that. And just testing it out on the dev tools, you can see I've got the exact same text on my clipboard as we can see in our Lorem Ipsum generator. So this is a good example of using fetch to get some data from an API and then put it onto the page. But usually you're going to want to do some additional processing with that data, like filtering it or mapping it. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing in the next project. So our last but one project is going to be an autocomplete field that when you type something into it actually sends a request off to an API, grabs some data, and as mentioned at the end of the last project, we're actually going to do something with that data. We're going to look at it, examine it, and map it into something that we can then use to populate some items on our page, if we have a look at the actual project, you'll see we've got a search box, and when we type something into this, we actually get some search results just below it. So that's going to be basically the idea. We're going to get the results that we get from the API and put those into a table. The idea being that the user would select something from this list and actually put that into their shopping cart, for example, or just take yourself to a product page maybe. So there's a couple of interesting techniques in this project which I'm sure you're going to find useful, but let's crack on and go over to our starter files and get coding our autocomplete project. Okay, so here we are with a blank template. Let's first of all put the markup on the page and then we'll add some styles and then we'll focus on the JavaScript after that. So we're going to have a div here that's got an ID of product search. And this will be the main containing element that's got all of the other bits and pieces in it. But essentially we're going to have a search box and then there's going to be a table underneath that which will hide and only really show when there's been some results that have been retrieved. So it's pretty similar to what we did in the previous project, but a little bit more complex. So we're going to set up a label just called search, and then after that we're going to have an input. We'll give this an ID of search text to match the label, and then also we'll put a placeholder in this input here and just say something along the lines of start typing to search, because we've got no button here to click, so the user might be a bit confused as to what they're supposed to do with an input that doesn't have any buttons to submit the input that they're typing. So it's always useful to kind of give them some hints, and a placeholder is a good way to do that. And then after that we're going to create a table, and I'll give this table an ID simply because we need to target it with some styles in a moment. So we'll say this is the autocomplete results, and also inside of here we're going to have a table head, and we can type in the columns that we're going to be having. So we'll have product, price, and also category. And you'll see from the data that we're going to get back from the API that there's much more information, so you could include more things in here if you wanted to. And we're also going to show the image as well. And then the only thing that we need in the table after that is the t-body tag, and we're going to target that with our CSS and also our JavaScript a bit later on. But that's pretty much all the markup that we need. You can see that table header is displaying at the moment, so let's go over to our CSS and tidy things up and set that table to be hidden when the page loads. Okay, so let's target the body tag and set a different font family. Let's just go for a sans serif font. We'll go for Trebuchet for this project. And then we're going to target the product search, which is, don't forget, the overall container for everything here. And we'll just put some margin in there and a background color of silver. And we'll also put some padding inside it too. We'll go for a generous 2 rems, and we'll put a box shadow on this element. 8 pixels and an RGBA value of 0, 0, 0.1. Now let's ramp it up a bit. We're nearly on the last project here, so let's go for a massive drop shadow on that, just to make it stand out on the page. Okay, and let's set the search text, so this is the input field, to have a bit of padding. We zoomed in quite a lot in the browser here, but it's useful to have a bit of padding around the text in there. And now what we're going to do is start targeting the table. So we've got autocomplete results is the ID that we gave to it. And the first thing we're going to do is, actually before we do this, let's just set some margin on that to move it away from the input box. And also I'm going to set the border collapse to be collapse. This just removes any spaces between the cells because we're going to be putting a background on some of them. And we'll also set now the display to be none. But we want a way to bring that back into the page as well. So we're going to target the autocomplete results element again, but we're going to add a class of show onto that. And we'll do this with our JavaScript once we've got some data come back from the API. So we'll just set the display back to block. And after doing this, I noticed that the images come out are massive. They're being pulled from the API from a third party. So we don't have much control over the actual dimensions as they're set, but we can resize them with our CSS here. And then a couple of things to tidy up the table itself. So for the autocomplete results, for the table head cells that we've already created in the markup, just want to make sure that the text align of those is on the left. And then again, inside the table for the TD elements, so the cells with the data, we're going to set the font size to be smaller. So 0.75 rems should be good. And then another CSS rule will be targeting the TR rows, the table rows that are inside of the table body, but not the head. And we're going to set the cursor to be pointer. And then a couple more rules down here. One for that autocomplete results, tbody, tr, and then we're going to target the nth child, the even ones. And we're going to say the background color of that is going to be light grey. And finally, one more rule for the same sort of thing on the rows, but for the hover state. And this time we'll set the background color to be a light blue. So we haven't got any rows in there at the moment, but those are the CSS rules that will style the table when it's being generated. Now, speaking of which, let's head on over now to our JavaScript file and let's start coding this up. Just to get us started, let's get all the elements that we need on the page. So search text element is equal to document.getElementById and the ID of search text. And then we've also got autocomplete results. Element is equal to document.querySelector this time. Pass in the ID of the table, and then I'm going to just copy that again and say autocomplete results body element is equal to the same thing, but this time we're just targeting the table body that's inside of the table. So that's all the elements we need. Let's set up an event listener so when someone's typing into the box, we can grab the value that they're typing. And I'm actually going to set this function up separately and then pass it in as a callback to the add event listener function that we're going to create. So I'm going to create a new function called autocomplete, and that's just a simple arrow function. And it's going to be a case of getting the text that the user's typed into the input box. So let's grab that search text element, get the value. And quite importantly for this example, we're actually going to trim the white space from either the front and the back of that value. So if the user's typed in loads of white space, we're only going to get the text that we want. And another important thing as well, because we're sending this data off to the API, we're going to say if there's nothing in there, if it's an empty string, just stop what we're doing and don't go any further. So putting this little if statement in here will just stop any bad data going off to the API. But before we start dealing with the API, I'm just going to log this value out to the console. And I just want to show you something here, because using this function just as it is has got a little problem. But let's just add it to the element so that when we're typing, we're actually going to fire this function. So we'll say search text element dot add event listener, and we're going to go for the key up event because we want to fire this every time the user's typing something. And I'm going to put in autocomplete is the function that we've just created. So if I open up the DevTools here in Chrome and just start typing something, you'll see that I get an event or I get a console log for every time I tap a key, which is fine. It gives us very immediate data. The only problem is if we're making requests to an API, we're going to send this many requests, so it'll just keep firing requests to the API. And some services won't like you doing that, and you might get rate limited, but it's quite wasteful as well, because we only really want to do a search when we've got a full word or the user's stop typing, basically. So we're going to implement what we call a debounce function, and that basically means we're going to only call the autocomplete function when the users stop typing. So we're going to put a timeout on those key up events. So there's a few different ways to write a debounce function. I'm just going to give you a really simple version using a JavaScript closure, which is where we kind of remember a value inside of a function and actually return a function from the function. So it looks a little bit something like this. So we're going to create a debounce function. And we're going to pass in an argument of callback, which is the function that we really want to call, which is autocomplete in this example. And then how long do we want to have the debounce for? Usually half a second or a second is a good value to put into it. And we'll play around with some values in a second. But essentially we create a timeout or timer variable inside of the function, and then to create the closure we return a function from this, and in here we're going to clear the timeout that's set on timeout, which basically means it's cancelling the previous function that should be called, and then we set a new value in timeout which is the result of timeout, and then that's we're going to call the callback function and then pass in the value of delay. So this would call the function after 1 second, as long as we don't receive another key press event, which will clear the timeout and start the timer again. So that's a really useful utility function to have. As I say, it's quite simple. And we just pop that around the autocomplete function that we're going to put here. And we'll say debounce for 1 second. As I say, that's probably a good value for sending data to the API. And now if you watch what I type into the search box here, if I keep typing, I'm pressing buttons, and I'm getting those key up events, hopefully, but I'm not getting anything in there. That won't log anything because we've got the return statement if the query is empty. But if I do type something in there, you should be able to see in the console there that we're getting the value, but only after the timeout has finished. So that will just stop us sending too many network requests to the API, and we'll only be able to get the value that's inside of search once the user has stopped typing. So we're now in a position where we can set up our function to get the data from the API, and let's create the function name first. So we're going to say get data is equal to, we're going to pass in a query string to this. And we're essentially going to be sending a request to a specific API, and the API we're going to use is called dummy.json, and it's got loads of different types of things that you can look for and search for, but it's mainly got like products in there such as phones and laptops and so forth. So we're going to use that API to actually send our request to get some product data back. So this time we're going to be using fetch again, but instead of just sending in a big URL string, I'm actually going to make a URL object. So this is the proper way to create a URL in JavaScript. You can just take a string and add to it and slice it up, but this way is a lot safer. So we're going to have the base string as the URL into the URL constructor, and then we're going to access the search params property of this URL object, and we're going to append query parameter, and then pass in the query that's been provided. I've just noticed we're passing in the URL here, but so we're actually going to do products search, and so the Q query parameter would look something like this. But we're going to do that with the search parameters line just below. Okay, so we've got our URL constructed in the getData function. We're actually going to then pass this to the fetch API, the fetch function that we used previously. But instead of just passing the data to it and then doing all the work inside of this function, I'm actually going to return the result of the fetch call from the getData function, and then we're going to make use of that data elsewhere. So I'm going to return the result of fetch, and then I'm going to pass in that search URL object, and then we're going to say we want to get the JSON. If you remember from the last project, we have to convert the response into JSON data, and then with that result, what we're going to do is we're going to actually map that value into a usable array of objects that we can then make our HTML from. So we probably should have a look at an example of how this looks. So let's do a quick example in here. So we'll say if we're searching for phones, this is the kind of data that gets returned. So you can see we've got products and we've got titles, descriptions, prices and so forth like that. So there's quite a lot of information, and we've also got an array of images. So we only want to pick one of those images out to put into our autocomplete. So that's why we're taking that data and kind of mapping it into what we need. So let's go down here. So the products that we get actually are inside of a property called products on the result. So we'll say result products is equal to result.products, and then our mapped products is going to be equal to products.map, and then for each product that's inside of the returned array, we're just going to wrap this return here in parentheses. So we're just going to return an object for each of the products that are in the array, and we're going to get their title. So we'll say product.title, and the price is product.price, and the category is product.category. And then one small change from the data is to get the image and set it as a property called image, but we've actually got an array of images in the result, so we're just going to take the first one that occurs in that array. And then finally, after we've got the mapped products, what we're going to do inside of the final then block that we've got here is to return the mapped products. So essentially what this getData function should do is send the request, get the data, and return the mapped products inside of a promise, which we can then use elsewhere. So obviously the best place for this to be used would be inside of the autocomplete function, which is hooked up to our key up event listener, and that will only be fired once the user has finished typing, don't forget. So we'll log that out to the console still, and then we'll get data query, call that getData function. And then because this is a promise, we've got a then property on there, which we can access the products that have been mapped from the previous function. And then so for each of those products, we can say, let's loop through each of them, get each product. And I'm going to get the autocomplete results body element because we're going to be appending rows to that table. So let's do that, and then we're just going to set the inner HTML property of this. I would normally create all the elements, but just for time and just for space, I'm just going to do this with a big string here. So we're going to create a tr element, make sure we close that up, and then td, and then we're going to access the product.title. And then let's just copy that a few times. So then we're going to have the product.price. We just prefix this here with $1 as well. I don't know if these prices are in dollars, but let's just go with that. Product.category, and then product.image. But of course, that's the URL for the image. So we want to wrap this inside of an image tag here. So we'll say image source is equal to the product image, and make sure that's closed off. And of course, when we actually have got some products, we want to make sure that table is visible and has been displayed again. So let's access the autocomplete results element, which is the overall table. And when we're at this stage here, we can just say access its class list and then add the show class that we created. So that's pretty much everything for the autocomplete. Let's go over back to the project and see what it looks like. So we'll leave the console open. Actually, let's close the console down because we might need the space. So let's type in phone. Console, there must be an error, which indeed there is. Okay, so let's have a look. Something to do with the URL object that we're creating, and that is over in the get data. Okay, so search URL should be a new URL object. Let's try that again. Type phone. And you can see there was a slight delay because we've got the debounce on there, but then it's obviously gone off to the API, got the data and populated the tables for us. Let's have a look. There's a bit of an interesting result actually. It's given us women's shoulder bags for some reason, but let's just check the query is actually correct actually, because it might have given us something completely different. So we can check that in the network tab. So I might need to just zoom out here a little bit and close the console down. No, it did actually work, so it's whatever the API has given us back for some reason. But this is the actual network request that Fetch has made. So you can see this was the URL that we sent it to. You can see it was the dummy JSON API and the query was set as phone, so that is all good. And the response looks like this. And there you can see the 4 items that we've got, and that's what we've displayed in the autocomplete. So just one final little thing just to finish off this project. Let's just grab the autocomplete results element again. And we're going to set up another event listener for this. And the event listener is going to be a click event. And what we're going to do is for that element, for its class list, we're just going to remove the class of show, which will hide it. So essentially this could be used to actually select one of the items and then do something else with it. Like we said at the start of the project, it could be it's put into the user's shopping cart, or they're taken to a product page that matches this. But for us, we're just going to close the actual table. So let's try something else. Let's try laptop. Okay, so there's 3 results there, and you can see we've got the hover on the table. Let's select that one, and it just closes the autocomplete. Okay, so that project was all about getting data from an API and shaping it into objects that we can then use to create elements on our page. And of course, we saw some interesting things like the debounce function as well. So the next project is the last one in this video. And what we're going to try and do is bring everything that we've learned together. So the small functions, the classes, the working with data from an API, maybe even local storage. So we're going to have a big project that will have all of those features. So the last project will try and bring everything together that we've learned so far. So here we are, this is the last project in the course, and as mentioned, we're trying to pull together as many different things that we've learned over the past 16 projects and incorporate them into this project. And hopefully by the end of this video, you'll leave the course feeling that you've got the abilities to now go and work and create your own projects. So let's have a look at what we're building. It's this simple user directory app. And what we're actually doing is we're pulling in some data from an API, as we have done in other projects, and then we're actually storing that into local storage so it's kind of cached. And we can actually filter the users on this table by typing something into the search box, and we take that text and then just find any users' names that actually match the text that we've typed. And the table will update every time we put something into that box, and if we put an empty string in, we get all of the users back. So that's an overview of the project, and the aim of the project really is to make the code as reusable as possible. So in theory, we should be able to take the code that we're writing and apply it to a different API and get users from a different source. So we'll see how that works a bit later on. So let's make a start on this one. So I'm going to go over to the starter files here. So let's get started creating the markup for our project, and there's not too much markup for this one because simply a lot of it's going to be created via our JavaScript code. So we're going to set a div up here with an ID of user directory. That's the overall container for the project. And then we'll put a heading level 1 inside here, just saying user directory. And then the next thing, we need that input box, which is going to do the job of filtering for us. So let's set an ID of filter users on that. And we'll also set a placeholder. So search for a user. Okay. And then the other thing that we've got in here is the table. So we're going to use the table element to display all of the user information. Actually, call it user table. And then the other thing we want to just create in here is the table body tag, almost as a bit of a placeholder. And that's where we're going to be inserting all of the rows of data once we've got the user data. So that's literally all of the markup that we need. As I say, everything else will be created using JavaScript. But let's actually create some styles for this before we look at the JavaScript, just so that we can kind of get a feel for how it's going to look. And there aren't too many styles that we need to apply. So the first thing is let's set the font family to be some kind of sans serif font. And then we'll target the user directory, which is the div, the overall container for the project. And I'm going to set a width of 800 pixels here. And that's really just so that you can see it on the screen. And that's just really to limit it so you can see it on the screen here. You can apply a different width if you're using this somewhere else. So we'll have some margin, some padding. Sure, we've got our semicolons here. And for the background color, I'm going to set an RGB value. We'll just set it to a kind of blue color. So 60, 60 and 200 should give us that violet-y blue color. Border radius. So we're just going to round the corners here. Use 1 rem for that. And then we'll add some box shadow as well. And we'll give it a generous amount. And the color will just be black with an opacity of 0.3. And that's all the styles that we need for the user directory container. The only other things that we're going to target in here are the user table. So we gave that table an ID previously. So we'll just give that a bit of margin on the top and bottom, just so it kind of gives a bit of space around the heading there. And then we're also going to be getting some little avatars from the API. So that will be presented as an image tag, and they're quite large. So we'll just limit those images to 40 pixels. And then the other thing is for the table heading cells, we just want to make sure that they're aligned to the left-hand side. And then one final rule will be for that filter users box, so the input element that we've got there, we just want to make sure that there's some padding in there because it's quite small as it is. So that's all the styles that we need, and now we're going to move on to the JavaScript for this project, which is where all the magic happens. So let's head on over to the JavaScript file, and the first thing we're going to do in our JavaScript is to create a class for the user directory, and this just means that we can create a reusable blueprint for making objects that work with the markup that we've already created, and it could theoretically be reused elsewhere too. So our class is going to be user directory, and what we want to do is have a look at the constructor. So when we create a new object from this class, we want to set up certain values on the object so that we can make use of them throughout the rest of the class. And with the previous classes that we've created in other projects, we passed in various different arguments to the constructor, but this one we've got quite a few. So I'm just going to pass in one object, which will be options, and then we'll destructure all of the properties from that object to get the information that we need. So the way that might look is something like this. So we'll just destructure all of those properties here. And as mentioned, we've got several bits of information that we do want. The first is going to be the API URL, which will basically be a string of where we're actually requesting data from. The other is a slightly stranger property that we want to get access to, and it's going to be a user mapper function. And I'll explain a little bit more about how this is going to work later on. This is actually a function that will pass into the user directory class, and it will deal with handling the data that comes back from the API and put it in a format which is standard and we can then work with in this class. The other thing is we want to get some selectors to get some elements on the page. So we've got the display selector, so that'll be where we're actually going to be inserting the user rows. And we also want to get the selector for the filter element as well. And also we're going to set a storage key because we will be storing this data into local storage, and we'll just provide a default value for that. And we'll just say that's user data, so we don't necessarily have to provide that in our options. So all these properties need to be provided in the options object that we pass in when we're creating a new object from this class. So when we do create a new object from this user directory class, we want to assign these options that have been passed in, these values in here, onto the class itself. So do that with the this keyword. So let's go over to here underneath where we've just destructured those properties from the options object. So this.api URL is equal to the API URL. This.userMapper function is equal to what we've passed in as userMapper function. And then the other couple of things, actually let's just set the storage key as well. And the other couple of things that we do need is the two elements that we're going to be working with. The main one being the display element, which we'll actually access with a query selector, because what we've actually passed in or will be passing in is just a string, a selector, to select the element on the page. And the other thing that we need is the filter element, which we'll look at towards the end of the tutorial to actually filter the results that are in the display selector. So what does that actually look like when we create a new user directory object? Well, let's create one now so we can see how it looks. So I'm going to save the result of this into a variable called user directory, just in case we need to reference it later on, which we shouldn't do for this example. But we'll create a new user directory object, and you can see it's asking for the options. So we're just going to pass in an object as the argument here. And we just need to make sure that we're going to pass in all of the right details. We need an API URL. So we're going to be using the dummy JSON website again, or API, to actually get our data. So you can see here, this is the sort of information that we're going to be pulling in. And the API is just literally dummyjson.com/users. So we're going to put that in as the string for our API URL. The user mapper function, we're going to come back to that in a little bit, but it is just a function, so we're going to pass in an empty function for the moment. And then the other things that we need are the display selector, which, if we go back to our markup, you remember was just an ID of user table. So we'll put that in there. And the other last final thing is a selector for the filter, which I believe was just filter users, an ID of filter users. So we'll just pop that in there. And that's really what creating a new user directory object will look like. And we can just log it out to the console just to see it. So we can go over to our dev tools here in Chrome. If we have a look in the console, you can see the user directory object being logged out there, and it's got all of the properties that we've set up in the constructor. So we're good to go. We're good to start using that information around our class. So the first job that we really need to do is get some data from the API. So we're going to create some functions in our user directory class that will handle the job of loading the data. So let's go back over to our code here, and we're going to create a function called load data. Not very imaginative, but it's very descriptive as to what it's doing. You could say load user data maybe. And we're going to use the fetch API as we have done in previous projects to get the data from the endpoint from the API. So we're going to call fetch, and we can just pass it this API URL. And that will give us all of the JSON data that we saw a moment ago at this address. So it'll pull all that information out, and we can then use it in our app. But we need to make sure that it's been converted into a JavaScript object. And with fetch, what we do is say this.response, response JSON, and that will just convert it into an array for us to use in our app. So once we've done that, we're actually going to map it into the format that we need. So we haven't actually passed this in properly yet, but the results are basically going to be equal to a call to this user mapper function, and we'll pass in the results to that. And then once that's happened, we'll have our formatted list of users inside of that array. So we can do two things with that. The first thing is we can set it as a property on the object inside the class that we're creating. So we'll say this.users is equal to those users that have been formatted for us. And the other thing we can also do is actually set these values into local storage so that we don't have to continually pull the data from the API, especially when we're doing the filtering. We're going to be sending lots of update requests, so you don't want to be hitting the API for each time you want to filter those users. So we can do a call to local storage here to set the item, and we'll use the storage key that's been set on the class or the object when it's created. And we actually need to stringify that into a string because local storage won't take an array or an object. It needs to be just a string. So we'll stringify the users that have been passed in. The other thing, once we've actually stored the data, is just to actually return it from this then block here. I'll just say return the users data. And the reason for that is the load data function is just going to do that. We're just going to load the data. We'll have another function somewhere else that actually is going to populate the display. So what we'll actually do with the load data function is return the result of the promise that fetch creates, and that means we can chain more code onto this when we call this load data function somewhere. So you can see it's going to return a promise with that user's value, so then we can put more then blocks onto this load data function later on. So we're going to do that shortly. We're going to start populating the display. But what about if we have actually already got the data and we've stored it in local storage? We should probably put a check inside of this load data function to see if that data has already been fetched, because then we don't need to fetch it again. So we're going to create a variable here called stored user data, and that's the result of JSON parse and local storage dot get item and this storage key. So this will do the job of checking local storage to see if that data is already there. And if it is, we can do a check to see if it's truthy, because if it's not there, we'll get a null response. We actually want to return the stored data rather than returning the fetch call, but we've got a bit of a problem because if we just returned the stored data, we've got a bit of a mismatch in terms of what sort of data might be returned. We might either return a promise or just the array of users. And then our code's going to get a bit confused as to whether we're working with a promise or whether we're working with just an array. So probably the best way to solve this is just to say we're going to return a new promise here with resolve and reject as the function. And we're not going to actually do anything with this promise. We're just going to resolve with the stored data straight away. And so now if the stored data is there, we're going to be returning the same sort of format of data. It'll still be the user data, but it will also be wrapped in a promise as well. So anywhere where we're using load data, we know we're going to get a promise back. We should probably just do something to make sure that the object has the user data available to it as well, because we're going to be making use of that elsewhere. So we'll say this.users, and then we'll return the users as well. So we're getting exactly the same format back from this promise as we would do from the fetch API. So the fetching of the user data using the fetch API is not going to work very well for us at the moment because we're not passing in a mapper function, or we're only passing in an empty function into the object that we're creating at the moment. So let's have a look at that and try and explain why we're doing that. So down here where we're creating the object, we're going to pass in a function that receives the results from the API. So we could say that it's going to receive the user data that's been fetched. So the whole point of this mapper function is to take the data from one source and put it into a format that is acceptable for our user directory class, and then we can make use of it to actually populate our display. And the reason we're doing it really is because if we change the API, or if the data from the API changes, we can just come to this user mapper function, make the changes, and everything should work again. And it's kind of detaching the logic of how that works from the class, so you don't need to go and tinker with the actual initial code. How you create the user object determines how the data is mapped. So once we've got the user data inside of here, let's have a look at how it's presented from the API. So the first thing we get back is an object that has a property of users. So we need to access that from here. Then the users property is going to be an array, so we can use the map function here. And I'm going to use some destructuring again to get the first name, which you should be able to just see here in the results, and also last name. We want birth date as well, and also image. And finally, there are properties for phone and email, so we'll grab those too. So we're going to construct a new user object for each of the items in the array, and it'll look a little something like this. The first thing we want to do is add the first name and second name together into one string, and we'll just call the property of that name. And then the birth date we can just keep as is. We're just going to pass that straight through, and the same thing for phone and email. So I'm just using the ES6 shorthand object notation here, so we don't need to say email equals email. We just say email and it copies it across. And the final thing is the photo, which is going to be represented from the image URL that's been provided from the object. And the final thing is we'll create a property called photo, which is the image that we're going to display, and that's actually represented via image from the data array that we're getting back from dummy.json. Okay, so that is our user mapper function done. One thing we could actually do here is just log out the result of that to the console so we can check that it's being updated correctly. But before we do that, we need to actually call this load data function. So we're going to have a kind of setup or initialization function called in the constructor. So let's just set this up here. And then let's just make a call to the load data function. And what we could do, it's probably a better place to put the console log, is to say we're going to get the users back from that load data function, either from the API or from local storage. So let's log them out here. And let's just remove that other console.log from here, because otherwise we'll get it twice on the API call. And if we go over to the users directory, you can see we're getting the array of data coming through, and it's all undefined. So we've obviously forgotten to return the user object in the mapper function. So let's just make sure we do that here. And now when the code runs, you can see we're getting some values in there at least, hopefully. Yep, so we can see we've got the name and the birth date. So we're basically taking that data from the API and mapping it into the format that we want to. And we should find, if we have a look in the application tab, that data has been stored there as well. And on subsequent reloads of the page, you should see we've got one network request in there at the moment. So that was the initial fetch for the data. But if we actually close that down, clear that out, and just refresh the page a few more times, you can see we're not making additional fetch requests because the data is now coming from the local storage. So we've got the data in the user directory object. We now need to work on populating the display, which is a simple matter of creating the elements and then appending them to the table. So let's go back into our class here, and we're going to create a function called populate display, or could say render or something, and this will take that array of users and work with it to actually update the user interface. So we're going to say users for each user that we've got passed in. We're going to create a table row element. So document.create element tr. And then I'm going to use object.entries to get the key values inside of each of the items in the user that we have. So the object.entries function basically gives us the whole object broken down into key value pairs, and then we can destructure the key value pair for each of the items in the users array. And the key is going to be useful here because we're going to put a check in for the image, because we want to create a specific image tag for that. And that should say object entries user. So we're going to be creating a table cell, a TD element for each property that we've got in the row. So we'll create a TD element. It's document.create element TD. And then we want to make sure that we're checking for that image element, because we want to create a specific image tag for that. So we'll say if the key is equal to photo, then what we're going to do is create an image tag too. Create element img, and then we can set the image dot source equal to the value. So this will be, if you look at the user data that we get in here, you can see that the photo is just a URL, so we need to kind of load that in to the source property of the image tag. And then for the TD that we're creating here, we're going to append the image tag inside that. But if it's not, the key isn't photo, if it's a birthday, email, name, or something else, all we're going to do is just say the TD text content is equal to that value. And then when we've finished that, we've got access to the TR element that we created at the top of the class here, and then we're just going to append that TD to each one. So that will be all of the cells for an individual row, but once we've finished creating those, we're just going to grab hold of the display element, which is something we set up in the constructor, which is essentially the table, and we're going to append the child of TR. Okay, so that should be enough now to actually populate the table with the data that's been retrieved. So we can call this populate display function once we've actually retrieved the data when the app has been initialized. So we'll go back up to the initialize function that we had here. We'll continue to log out the users, but then we'll update the table using this .populate display and pass in the array of users that the load data function has retrieved. So you should now see that that's updating the table. If I just close the DevTools down, apologies if the text is a bit small, but it's just the only way to fit all that information on. So you can see now we're getting the data and populating the display, and this will be coming from local storage because we've already cached the data from the API into the browser. So one thing that's missing is the header up here, so we're going to create a new header function to actually append that into the document. I'm just going to minimize the load data function and populate display because we're kind of done with those now. So we'll say create header. So we're going to create some table head elements here. So we'll say document dot create element is equal to t head, and that will be one row inside there. So we need to create a new tr element. And we don't explicitly know what the names of the columns are. And what we did in a previous project was to actually work out the table or column names from the objects that are being rendered into the rows. So we'll do that again here. So we'll say object.keys, this.users 0. So we'll just grab the first user from our users array and then work out what the columns should say. So for each of those column names, it'll be the key of the object that we've got there. What we want to do is create a new table heading cell and do that with create element again. And then the other thing we want to do is just set the text content of that to be equal to a kind of capitalized version of the property name. So we did this again in one of the previous projects. So we're going to uppercase the first letter in the column name, and then we're going to say column name dot slice 1. We'll just add on the rest of that. And once we've set the text content for the table heading cell, we're going to append it to the tr element. Oops. Put the th into the tr. And once we've generated all of the column names for the table head, scroll up here a bit, we're going to append the child, the tr element, the row that we've just created for the header. So the table heading element, we actually want to insert that before the rows, before the table body inside the table. So we could pass this in as another selector, but that's a bit clunky. If we're assuming we're working with a table, we can just insert this element before the table body begins, and a useful function to do that is the insert adjacent element function. So we can say this.display element, which is the table body. We can say insert adjacent not HTML element, and we'll say before begin, and we'll pass in the t head, the table heading that we've just created. So we want to call this create header function once we've actually loaded the data in. We don't want to display it beforehand, although we could if we wanted to. So once the data is loaded, what we want to do is populate the display and also create the header. So we'll put that in here. This.create header. And that is appearing, but it doesn't seem to be formatted quite correctly. Let's have a look at the markup that we've got down here. So if we go into the elements, you can see we've got the table, but the table head is actually above the table element itself, and it looks like all the table rows are actually outside of the T body as well. And I think the reason for that is probably a bad selector that we've passed in down here. Okay, so the display selector is the user table, which is the overall table, but we want to actually put those rows inside of the T body. So let's just update that selector here. So instead of saying just user table, we want user table T body. And you can see the headers actually appearing correctly now. And if you look at the structure of the document, the table has now got all of the TR rows for the user information inside of the T body, and the T head is just sitting nicely above that. It's my mistake, bad selector passed into the object, but it does actually demonstrate how you can customize where the elements are going to go just by simply updating the selectors that we're passing in when we're creating this user directory object. So the last thing that we haven't implemented yet is the filter function. So we're going to create a filter function on our class, and then we're going to set that up as an event listener in the input value box that we've got on the page. So the filter function is surprisingly quite simple to implement. So we'll create something on the class called filter users, and we'll pass that in a string value of search term. So what are we actually searching for here? And because in the class we've got access to the users that have been loaded in, we can simply access this.users and then filter them because they're an array. So what we're going to do is create a new variable here called filtered users, and this is equal to the result of the filter call, because it doesn't actually change the users that are stored on the object. The filter function will literally just return a new array, which is why we need the new variable. So for each of those users, what we're going to say is we're going to access the name property, which is the concatenated name, the first name and last name together. The first thing we're going to do is make it lowercase, because we want to make it case insensitive, our search. And then we'll just say, does that include the search term that's been passed in? And we'll also make that lowercase as well so that the cases match. And if it does, we're actually going to keep it in the array, but if not, we'll discard it. So let's just save that as the value into filtered users. And then once we've got that, what we're going to do is just populate the display again with the filtered users that we've just created. So that won't do anything on its own. We need to wire it up to an event listener. So let's go up to the initialization function. When the object is created, we'll set up a key up event listener, so when anyone's typing into that input box, it will trigger the filter users function. Start filter element dot add event listener. And so we'll look at the key up event here, and we're just going to basically run the filter users function with the value that's stored in this.filter element.value. So this will take the string that's been typed into the input box, pass it to filter users, which will update the user interface with the users that it finds in that array. There is a bit of a problem with this. I don't want to crash the browser here, but if I do start typing for something, it doesn't look like it's working. But if you scroll down, you'll find that we've actually got way more results at the bottom of our table here. And the reason for that is we're not clearing the existing rows. We're not hiding them or removing them from the document when we're calling the populate display function. So I could kind of keep typing here. Let's do it again, and you'll find that there's even more items at the bottom, and it'll just keep going. So we need a way to actually remove or hide the existing rows. So I'm going to choose to remove the rows because it'll tidy up the document that we're working with, but you could hide them if you want to as well. So let's go to the populate display function here. So before we generate from the users that are supplied to this function all of the table rows, let's just clear down the existing table before we rebuild it. So what I'm actually going to do is say I'm going to convert the children of the display element, which now we've fixed it is the table body element. So I'm going to get all those children, which is the rows that are inside of the table. And then for each of those, I want to get each row, and then I'm just going to call row .remove, which removes it from the document. So if we save that and try that filtering again, if we type in Terry one more time, you can see that only the 2 rows remain because all of the other ones have been removed before we've applied the filtered users array from the filters users function. So probably worth just having a review of the code that we've created in this project. This user directory class can be applied to any type of markup and any type of situation as well. You can kind of customize these sort of blueprints that you're creating to be reused in other projects, and it'll give you a good foundation for setting up any kind of app or project that requires you to work extensively with the DOM just using JavaScript. So it's definitely fun working with other people's data and creating projects from them. You can get quite creative with the sort of things that you can do, as we've seen with some of the things that we've made in this video. But it's also good to create your own APIs and data sources. And if that's something that you're interested in doing, then you should definitely check out this next video where we're going to be making full stack apps which involve building both a front end and a back end service. But if you've made it to the end of this video, then well done, and thanks very much for watching, and I'm looking forward to seeing all of the beautiful JavaScript projects that you create.